What's happening, chat? What is happening, chat? How's it going? How's it going? All right. Good week so far, man. Good week. Some of you who were here on stream yesterday, maybe some of you caught that long enough up. Maybe some of you listened to my advice that would be a giant bull trap up there, and you were patient enough to find it in the afternoon. Lots of the guys on Discord certainly were, and hopefully you guys here in the morning didn't get suckered in to buying up there the old retail trap and get suckered into it, because that was quite a nasty wash once it let go. All right, so here we go, folks. As always, we're going to start on the daily. Before you get into it, make sure you are going through your morning routine, right? Your morning routine, whether that's meditation, going to the gym, having a coffee, going for a walk, whatever it is, you've got to be fit and able to be here, all right? If you're not fit and able to be here, if you don't feel 100%, don't trade, right? Don't trade. Trade some paper, or, you know, as in fake money, or just come and learn. But do not put your own capital at risk if you're not feeling up to it. This takes a lot of mental agility. All right. Daily, first thing I'm looking at, well, we're opening up inside, right? So the first thing I'm seeing is we have an inside bar here. All right, so there's the bull trap we talked about yesterday, that drive outside. Here, there we go. And fading back inside, closing back inside the range. And last night, little poke up and fail. All right, so we're inside bar. So straight away, that's telling me chop. And until we find acceptance, all right, back above some of this stuff here, about 25,000, right, until we find acceptance to try and get back up into here, bulls really are in a little bit of trouble. I'm going to tell you, they're in trouble. And if we zoom this way, you can see we are losing this shelf. Okay, so we are in a bit of a rotation here. We have this shelf here at 24, let's just call it 800s. All right, 800s is a big level. If we start getting under 800s, and we've got a bigger wash, because we can see it gets pretty thin down here, right? We've got room at that point into that 200-day and Bollinger Band. So that's what I'm looking at on the daily. Those are the kind of levels I'm looking at. You can see, like we talked about, we now have expansion of the SMA. So 50, 20, 5, lower bowl, 200-day, everything starting to point downwards, giving us downside pressure. At the moment, they are selling pops. They're not panic selling the lows, but they are selling pops to come back down, all right? They're catching bids at the lows so far, selling pops. So once we see a panic, they'll start selling lows, and that's when you really want to not be looking for those long positions at all. Okay, moving into the hourly so we can get a bit more information here. And let's bring this up. Okay. So yesterday, like we talked about, the trap would exist above this swing point, above sort of 25,000, possibly into this swing point and above. So we had sort of a 50 to 100 point swing here where they set the trap. Here's the trap, right? Very thick volume laid up there yesterday, folks. Thick volume. All right, if we zoom in. Here we go. So thick up here in this node. We can get rid of this now. And now we know bulls are currently stuck up there. All right, they are stuck up towards 25,050 or 25,060. So if they don't let those bulls out today, these are the opportunities. All right, we are in a rotation currently from here to here. Why? Or even here. This is your developing week's point of control. This is around the 800 mark, which we said is the yearly, is a big yearly point as well. All right, every time we've come down here, we found bids, and it's not just in like now, it's last week as well, 2 weeks ago as well, right? So that we know this sort of 800-ish and just below is very, very key. We don't want to sell aggressively here. All right, the rotation can happen between these technically, but currently, even though we're inside day, we are leaving previous day value area low, previous day value area high. Remember, we had a big P shape, but we closed low. All right, it's not good for those bulls. They are trapped. So the points of rejection are, if we cannot reclaim previous day value area low, previous week value area low, that means we're going to try and move lower. All right, so there is a possible rejection here to come and retest this level here. We might do a bit of a dance here for a bit, folks. I warn you, right? We might do a dance here. So we're watching to see if we fail the previous day and previous week value area low, for that fade back in towards 800s and the developing weak point of control. If we lose that, all right, there'll be an add opportunity here to then wash down to the lows of this current week. So then we'll be looking for 600s, and if we get really lucky, we've got some swing points down here. I don't know if they're going to do that today. I don't know if they're going to do it tomorrow. I don't know if they're going to do it next week. I don't know if they're going to do it at all. But that's what I'm prepared for, right? That is what I'm prepared for. If we are going to come and reclaim value area low and hold bids here, right, then there's an obvious level where it wants to come and retest towards 25,000. All right, so there's about a 100-point trade in here to 25,000. And if you get lucky on that, you're going to retest up into here, 25,050, where we start to get thick. Okay, so maybe there's a long trigger from there to there. All right, so we might reject this and come down here. They might scoop that back up and come there. They might do the follow through here, and they might reclaim that and go up. All of these are possible. I know you'll be saying, which one? Well, we will find out at the open once we see who they trap and get the direction. I'm bearish overall, but it just depends if they want to pump. Big if, all right, if bulls take charge today and we start basing above this volume we created yesterday, that would be very, very bullish. And then I'd be looking for that up into here for this old naked POC, which still has not been tested, 25,350. All right, so if we start basing over 25,100 and holding, all right, trapping shorts into there, then I think, you know, from 100 to 350 is possible. It's possible. That's what I'm looking at. All right, that's what I'm looking at. Those are the options. I have to be flexible today. Those are the options. But the pro trend, I will remind you, those in Discord, we would have talked about it yesterday. The pro trend is right here. That is the pro trend, all right? Downside will be the easiest, but we are in discount, so we want to be careful, all right? Want to be careful. If you want to have a look at the gamma levels, they're on your screen right here now before I move off. All right, these are gamma levels on your screen. So I'll be watching, yeah, sort of 24,965, see how we operate there. The 800s and below, you can see there's a put wall there. Unsurprisingly, because we have many points of control down there, so that's where bulls are trying to save it, and the call wall is exactly where they got trapped yesterday. All right, so it seems like a rotation to me until proven otherwise. All right, let's move up, have a look at some of the other indexes and some of the mag. We'll get a bit of a move on here. ES is going to be the same story. All right, we had relative weakness in ES yesterday because tech was finding a bit of a bid, and you can see it's exactly the same, folks. If we zoom out on the daily, it has strength on the daily compared to NQ. All right, but we started to rotate. But what is notable for me is we cannot get back up here, and we are now starting to use this low volume node as resistance. This is not a good look. This is screaming downside pressure. If they can't reclaim 900s and 930s, they are going to be in trouble here, because what it's saying is everyone that bought above this is out of the money. All right, if we keep rejecting that, the wash back down becomes more probable, which is what is currently looking like. Let's have a look at the spiders. So gap down here on the spiders, same kind of story. Doesn't look very good, does it? All right, big wash. We always think about this. Big wash. Failed to make a new low, pump back up, run the stops into this pivot and sold. All right, so the question is, does it come right the way back down now, or are they going to try and find a bid midway? So I'd be watching sort of the 82s, and then I'd be watching 75s. For those of you who want the levels on here, I'll just put the GEX levels on for you quickly. Let's make sure these are 0 DTE. Yeah, there you go. So there's, if you want to mark those out quickly for those of you trading options, those are your GEX levels coming into the open on the spiders. Give you a second to do that. But really, we're in sort of downside pressure all the time. We're under 85. It just depends if they want to revisit these 80s or these 90s. So we've got a 10-point wash there on spiders. All right, Qs. Exactly the same, right? Look at how we talk about the cash market, the importance of the cash market. Here is the trap. They're all trapped up there. We wash, lower high, lower low, reclaim, run these stops into where they're all trapped and fade. Okay, that's why we watched the cash market. Yesterday's push up came right into all those trap buyers from last week, and we faded away from it. So the question now is the same thing. Do they want to catch a bid? If we think about this as the low of this swing, low, high, mid, do they want to catch a bid here at the mid, or do we come under that and fade back down to the low? It's why we want to be very careful trading around the 600s, which for us is basically the 800s on NQ, somewhere around that. All right, Dixie is finding a bid. All right, we are finding a bid on the Dixie. All right, finally. The question now is this big old W. We talked about this yesterday. Big old W. Can it now hold above here and get going? We will see, because it could equally be exactly the same as we've just done on NQ, right? Where's everyone stuck? They're stuck up here. All right, it can be a two-leg and sold into if they cannot hold a print up here. VIX. All right, we're still in this giant channel. Yeah, giant channel here. Still holding the 20s, right? We're still elevated for volatility. All the time we're holding 20s, and you can see the call walls right up at 23, which is not encouraging for bulls, to be honest. It really is not encouraging for bulls. But if we let go of 20 and we come down to these 18s, the market will at least calm down a bit, sub 20. We'll just have to see. All right, super quick. We're going to get through the mag here. Apple gapping down. All right, still building that liquidity. So pivot off that low. Big wash. Pivot off the low. Can it hold the here? Building liquidity here. That's what it wants to try and do. If bulls fail that rotation, we will come right back down because we are straight up, and we will come straight down if they cannot hold a bid here soon. Amazon, same kind of story. Liquidity here, can afford to drift down to here. It's done it once, right? They can build liquidity out here for the next leg if it wants to get going. It's been oversold a little bit, in my opinion, Amazon. Goog, same kind of story. All right, that 300 level is where they're trying to bid. You can see it clean as day. Big downtrend, huge downtrend on Goog. Look at that. Look at that loss. All right, $50 down. Do they hold the 300? If not, we have room below. Meta sideways again. All right, so it's starting to base out a little bit here. You're seeing this chop start to be created, same as we're seeing on the rest of the market. Can it get going? Still another gap down there in Meta. Microsoft, same kind of story. Big sell, now into a sideways channel. Look belows are failing, and we haven't reclaimed. It's big sell pressure. We have a pivot here into 90s. Have we tested that yet? We haven't tested the 90s yet. So building liquidity maybe for a new wash. Nvidia, all right, failed the 190. You can see this big level at 190. Came right up into it, failed. So I'd be watching dips today if they hold 85. All right, there's the push from 80 to 90. Do they hold the midpoint of 85? Very similar to what we've just talked about on the Qs. Reclaim of 190 will mean looking for that 195 for that breakout. We'll have to see if chips actually catch a bid. They did yesterday. We had news on them yesterday. I'd be surprised if they can get that continuation. Tesla, that just looks awful. All right, we've chopped so much, and we're starting to lose ground up here at the 13s. And it's got a chance to hold 400s, which is done yesterday. So all the time at holding 400s is okay, but it looks weak. It does not look good. We're going to look some broader names here quickly. Oracle still finding a bid. Let me just check. Obviously, I'm still swing long in this. Off these lows, it's looking pretty good. I just want to make sure we hold 150 here on Oracle. If we hold 150, remember software's oversold, we get that push. But if the market starts to break down, this is a weak name. They will sell this before they sell anything else, right? Remember, I'm bidding a weak name because we're oversold on it. But if they sell this, they sell it first. Okay, last little look on Netflix. Still holding small size in here. I really want this to wash deeper before I do anything else. So small size in that. That's about it, folks. Okay, let's get into it. We have, I don't know, about 90 seconds or something left to the open. What's going on here, TradingView? There's this black line on my chart here. What? Who is the guy coding this stuff at the moment? He needs to be fired. It's got worse and worse and worse and worse. All right, let's reload that. Every day it seems to be, what is this now? Seriously. I just refreshed everything. Fuck me, man. Man, you can't make this stuff up right now. You cannot make it up. There's an indicator in the wrong place. Is that? What indicator is it? Oh, he's missing the open now because of this. We'll deal with it after the open, folks. I'll deal with it after the open. All right, let's see if they hold this level down here. We'll get through this and then I'll get it fixed. All right, when we get through this open print. Bookmap's now frozen as well. Come on. Seriously? Seriously? Seriously, CME? I'm going to go fucking mental. 2 days in a row. Yesterday was TradingView. Today's Bookmap. Bookmap's just completely stalled out. Oh my God. Why do we bother? Close this down and reopen it. Sorry, folks. Nothing I can do when we have technicals like this. There's absolutely nothing I can do. Amazing. I've got no data on Bookmap. No orders going through. Fuck. Anyone else having that issue? Your Bookmap's fine, mate. Yeah, look, it's just dead. Doesn't even know it's dead. Doesn't even know it's dead, and it's dead. And no orders going through. Nothing. Literally nothing. It was fine right to the open. Okay, anyway, we'll see if that catches up in a minute. Yeah, there's no data. What's the time here? 33. All data just disappeared. Sorry, folks. I've already done that. I've already logged that out and logged back in. I've already done it. I've done everything already. Try one more time. Yeah, I've done it. I've done it, folks. You've already just seen me do it. Well, we're not missing anything here. We're just doing a dance. We haven't revisited this current weak point of control yet. You're having the same issue? Okay, maybe there's a, sounds like there's some form of outage. Yeah, okay, so there's a Bookmap issue. It's not just me. Okay, well, that's good to know. It probably means I will trade with you guys, but I won't be able to be as accurate, so I probably will not execute. It's like I'm trading blind when that happens. Do not like that. We'll see if it comes back. We'll leave it running, see if we get orders to come back. I'll just read the footprint. Nothing to do right now. As you can see, we're in range. We have rejected so far this morning previous day and previous week value areas. I'll give you a readout. The MAG are currently all red, other than Amazon, which is trying to go red to green, but everything else is down. So we have a heavy market here this morning. Tesla 1.24% down, Nvidia 0.61% down, Microsoft 0.16% down, Meta 0.5%, Google over 0.5%, Amazon 0.21% down, Apple 0.33% down. Everything heavy. And we know, though, down here is where they keep trying to bid. All right, it's absolutely where they keep trying to bid, down here in this blue box. If we lose that blue box, though, we have a big slide and big downside pressure, major downside pressure underneath this blue box. So buyers will keep stepping in here. Sellers will keep defending the top side of the range, where all the way up here. Okay, and we're going to watch this area, these blue lines here, to see if they keep selling it. Previous week close coming now. Man, trading without Bookmap, man. It's literally trading blind for me. Okay, coming back down, let's see if they find bids here or not, or if we lose this blue box. So this is current week's point of control here, 775. Can you explain the 50k 30% rule? I'm like I'm 7. I started with 50k. I am 1,800 for the day. Do I need to lose to get to 1,500? And you don't need to lose. You will just need to make more money. All right. So currently, you have made more than 1,800 is more than 30% of your profit goal, isn't it? So it's more. It's more. So you're just gonna have to be consistent in making more money, basically. All right. Let's just focus on this, and I'll explain it to you, Blake. Give me a second. Coming right into this area where buyers keep wanting to step up. So 760, 720 is where the buyers keep wanting to step up. If they start failing this area, we're going to rotate lower. FinViz no data as well. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm blind here. Like, I'd be more willing to play something down here if I could see what was going on. Look at that bid off the blue box, though. Massive bid off the blue box. We came right to the 60s, where this grey line is. Right to the 60s and found a bid. It is a major, major put ball. Here's the squeeze back up off the blue box. So now they're going to revisit the New York Open. So Blake, you would need to make 6,000, my friend. You'd need to make 6,000 now, based on $1,800. Right? You divide it, 1,800 divided by 0.3. That will give you your total amount. That's what you now need to make. You need to make 6,000 now. Tradeify's delayed as well. Is it really? Jesus Christ. CME are having a nightmare, aren't they? Everyone's blaming all these companies. It's not. It's coming direct out of CME at the moment. They're having major issues. Can I drop a link to the TradingView chart? What do you mean? There's no link to it. This is my chart. Don't worry, guys. Guys, if you're losing money because of Tradeify, do not panic. Do not panic. They will make it whole again. It's going to be CME, guys. The reason I know it's CME is because I buy data direct from CME to Bookmap. There's going to be a CME issue here. This is going to be a big outage. Don't panic. Do not panic. No, I used to use Rhythmic. It's definitely not more stable. All right, buyer trying to step in here. They're trying to force this squeeze up to this New York Open. If they get back through this, so the put wall held here, this blue box for buyers held here. They've come back to the New York Open. If they get over the New York Open, they will try and squeeze up towards these 900s again. And I'm not going to play anything because I've got no data that I can read. Why not use Trading 212? I do use Trading 212 for my swing positions. It's exactly what I do. There are lots of places which are free on commission. It's not the only one. It's actually not the best software for trading 212 at all, but it's okay for swings. So failing the New York Open, big buyer came in here at 25, 825, got stuck over 100 lot. Bookmap's back for you, is it? Should I close and have one more go? Let's close and have one more go. So that buyer up there getting stuck into the New York Open. We're coming back down to this same level again, where they keep dipping. So we're stuck between the rotation here. Over 30s, there is a squeeze potential up towards the 900s. If we lose this big box, this blue box, there's a big fade possible. What would I suggest for trading? Well, it depends what you're looking to trade, what type of account, and what you're looking to trade. Every broker has its benefits. I trade on 212, but I use it for swings in my ISA account, in my investment account. Oh, I've got no data still. Let's see. Oh, well, the ladder's moving. That's a good start. How about Bookmap? You think we're at 16, do you? Come on, man. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Aha! Here we go. All right, it looks patchy. And it's gone again. Well, the ladder moved for a second there. Yeah, I think everything's down, folks. I think CME have got a major outage or something. Definitely everything's down. I'll tell you this morning, we have a buyer stuck at 826 on this push up here. All right, at 826, we have 100 lots stuck up there. He's currently out of the money. It is loading. I can see they're trying to load at the moment, so I'm just going to give it time to load. I know, it's amazing. I don't understand, but maybe this one will go down soon as well. So back into where we have this put wall. And if we lose this blue box, there is a big wash. So I'd be watching here. If we lose 760s, we're going to go 720s. And if we lose that, we're going to get very, very, very heavy. There's the squeeze back up off this blue box. They're going to come and visit this guy again up here, this stuck player at 25s. Microsoft's trying to find a bid here. There's nothing I could do here, folks. I'm waiting for data. I'm really sorry. I'm just waiting for data here. So that player's still stuck up there at 825. Back to VPOC. Let's see if we can get some volume on there at least. They're bidding VPOC now. Oh my God. It's been bad recently, isn't it? For the data from CME and stuff's been really, really bad recently. It's really bad. Long or shorts today? Great question, mate. Nothing right now. We are in a rotation. So I guess bids from here and shorts from up here or from here. There's nothing else to do right now. You tell me. You've just come in chat. You tell me long or shorts. I don't even have data to look at currently. I've got no edge in this market. You tell me what we're doing. Here's the squeeze back up. Fucking hell, mate. Has anyone got Bookmap yet? This is a joke, man. Come on. There's a squeeze back up. I can't do anything. I'm literally trading blind. This is just fucking annoying. Ugh. This is just ridiculous. Bookmap YouTube stream is working. Is it really? Someone else got different data then. Opening range now set. I've still got nothing. I'm going to close this one more time. One more go. Right to the top side, right back down to VPOC again. Remember, they keep bidding down here. If we lose this area, though, it will get very, very heavy. There's no connection. Can't even find a connection now. Whoa, we got data. How long is this going to last for? Okay, we got data. Let's just see if it's the right levels. It is. Okay, here we go, folks. Back in the game. Here we go, folks. All right, so they're trying to bid 775s right now. Back in the game. All right, let's have a look then. Let's see if we are going to start to sell through these bids down here and cause a wash, or if they're going to do another squeeze right back up. We can see there's a big bid here at 75s. SPY keeps failing, 85. It's very, very trappy. I'm looking at all the levels down here. It's trappy both sides. If we wash this, though, like I said, if we wash this, there's a much, much bigger move down into here. The better short will actually be way up here, but maybe up here we can look for drifts into around previous day's value. But really, maybe we close the gap and then we find a sell. We'll see. We're going to have to be patient. But you can see this put wall, this demand block that I marked out. For now, it's holding. Once we get under that, it will be very, very heavy. Oh, it's nice to have some fucking data. Oh, my God. God, I cannot trade blind. I just can't do it. I will not trade without my tools. Okay, back to point of control. How do I tell what's a buyer or seller? Well, if they're a limit order underneath price, they can only be one thing, and that would be a buyer. Right? And if they're a limit order above price, they can only be one thing, and that would be a seller. Okay. QQQs protecting 6. So we've got two put walls there, QQQ, 601, 600. They are protecting those. They're looking to go to 606s and try and cause a squeeze through that. VIX is still holding 20s. This is in chop land. Look how tight we are here already this morning. 40 odd points or something. Yeah, 50 points. Tight range. Hopefully we can get out of this range. Where am I from? I'm from the UK originally. I live in Los Angeles. Back down to point of control again and this blue box again. I'm telling you, if they lose this blue box, it's going to get really, really, really bad. So far, every dip into it is being protected. And we're just midpoint of that range. Where did that seller come in this morning? 860 a seller came in. Buyer came in at 26s. So we're not above that big buyer yet, that 100 lot buyer. Now we're above him. Back into the New York Open. Let's see if we test this seller at 60 or 59s. And let's see if they're going to start turning on a little bit of a booster and get up to those value area levels from yesterday and previous week. And we can look to see what we do when we test up here. If we fail or if we squeeze through and close that gap. What is this fucking indicator that's come on? Oh my God. What is that? No, thank you. What are you? Large lot? No. Yeah, news at 10. 10 minutes. Yeah, news at 10. we can wait for that. Home sales, and that's really it. It's not going to move it much, I don't think, but okay, so back towards this seller at 60s. So these dips down here held. I mean, I would have been buying those if I had some data so I could see, make sure the sellers were getting stuck down there. But but we didn't have any data. But this blue box held. All right, so that point of control, we know how important this is. I would now, if you were long in there, you'd be selling some into here, in towards the 900s, into VWAP, all the way up to 900s, and then gap fill 955s. And then if you get through that, I'd be watching 25,000, and then back to this same level from yesterday, right, where they're all stuck. And I will be looking to fade the next opportunity where I think buyers get stuck. Just remember, we're in an inside bar right now on the daily. Seek and destroy day, very, very possible. Yeah, it's very, very possible. Even from here. Could very, very easily do something like this today. Would agree with you. So failing top side of current value, can even get up to previous week's value. Still a seller here at 60. Holding market down at 60s at the moment. SPY can't get through the 85s. Relative weakness on the Qs. It's just going to require a lot of patience. A lot of patience. What are my long-term stocks? Any Bitcoin? I have some Bitcoin, but in the ETF, I bet. Small size, because I think we're probably going to wash more. Just looking for a little retracement to sell into. Okay, so back to where this seller was at 60. We're coming back up to the opening range high, back to the 24-hour VWAP. These are the previous week value areas. And we have to see if buyers get stuck here or if we go and close this gap all the way to 955 now. Microsoft going green now, 0.5% up. Market trying to catch a bid. And this 65 level on the spiders, very, very, very important. What they do with this. Do we go gap fill through this or not? What is this fucking indicator that I have not put on? Honestly, what are you? Go away. Absorption, is that what you are? I hit my 3K. I hit 3K on my 50K. Used your code following it. You made it easy. Not sure what to do now, but I'm excited. Is that as in you've passed an account? Just wait. I don't know who it's with. I'm assuming you mean with Apex. Just if you've made 3K already, just wait until close tonight, and then they will turn that into a professional account for you. Yeah, from the bottom, 740s to basically 800s. 740s to 800s. But congratulations, nice work doing that. Nice work doing that. Right, they're trying to lift up to these value areas and maybe to close that gap. All right, to be an efficient market, they will want to close the gap. SPY through the 65s. It's this thing trying to lift at the moment. Trying to lift to get towards that gap fill by the looks of it. So this area here, key. Do we reject previous week and previous day value? If we do, we see downside pressure. But so far this morning, we've protected the demand area into the 800s. And they might want to close this gap. So we'll just have to sit here and wait for a minute. I would like the short higher. If they pump up and trap buyers, I would be interested in a short higher today. So back down to value area high on the session. They're currently bidding that where we've just broken out from. We know that seller came in at 60 last time. So if we get under and stay under him, he's comfortable. If we bid over him, he's uncomfortable. It's 182 delta there, sell side. Oracle finding a bid again today. So those weaker stocks finding a bid. Same on Netflix, same on Hood. Same on AMD, same on AVGO. Okay, back to VWAP. Where am I looking to sell? There's a few areas, and it really depends how we act. I'm not going to be an aggressive seller, but around here, and all the way up here. Only if I see them trap bulls. If we want to turn the jets on today, if we reclaim, I want to make this clear. At the moment, they're starting to bid off this wall. If they start reclaiming this, they will look for that. I will bid there. All right. If they trap bulls on a swipe and they start losing it, I will sell that back down, because we are in a range. I'm willing to play both ways. At the moment, they're going for this gap fill, so you can see this big old squeeze up starting to take place. They're trying to get up into here at the moment, in towards the 60s. That's what they're attempting to do. Seller came in there at 900 and got clapped. So we're through his level at 900. And if they rebid this, he's going to get clapped even more, because they want to try and fill the gap at the moment. So we'll see. Into an imbalance here. Do they hold VWAP now? Do they hold this level? Buyer trying to step in here. 161 lot. Just bought that. What are you doing, mate? What are you doing? I think they want the gap fill at the moment. I think they want that gap fill. $960s looks to be the level for me that they're trying to get up to currently. So into previous day value area low. If we reclaim this, they're going to go gap fill and then value area high on the week up here. And I'd imagine somewhere up here, there might be a sell, even if it's a pump to pull back. And then if they rebid that and hold, they're going to look for this. So I'm just trying to be patient. Unfortunately, the best buy of the day was down here like we knew, but I just can't do anything without any data. I cannot do it. Here comes the lift. They're trying to lift it to 60s. Is VWAP anchored to the open? I have two. Where's the other one gone? I'm missing one. That's the pain. Let me get it off another chart. I've got it on another chart. Oh my God. There. That one's off the open. This one's the 24-hour. All right, that's the cash. That's the 24-hour. Okay, so currently failing up there. That last push above 10s, failing up there into previous day value area low. So for now, they're protecting previous day value area low. I'm not looking for a short yet. I want to see if they want to fill that gap. There's a big boy seller and a big boy buyer here at the same level around the 900. So it's a battle level for sure. So well under that 900 now. Do they hold this VWAP, or are we going to come all the way down to 60s here? They're bidding VWAP and value for now. They're trying to sell these lows. If they don't close that gap and we lose this, it's going to be hard to trade. If we lose a bid here and go straight down, it's going to be hard to join. So we're rejecting value without closing a gap. We're going to come down to value area high on the session and maybe 60s down here. We had a big seller here at 60s, which is why I'm saying that. There's a big boy seller here at 60s. We have a little imbalance just underneath them. All right, so right here. All right, big buyers got trapped at the high. We had a big exchange at 900. There's a big seller here from earlier at 60s. So technically buyers just want to hold 60s and squeeze up. If we lose it, we can rotate right the way back down without filling the gap. So here's the test of this level. So this is important now. How we act now is important. How we act now is important around this level. Sellers are getting very aggressive here and being absorbed. So if we reclaim 60s and 70s value, then they're going to try and squeeze up to 900 again. We have not been efficient yet. We have not closed the gap on any market yet. But we cannot hold a bid above 85 on SPY, which is telling. Like I said, that's a huge, huge level. We're getting very whippy here around these levels, folks. Be careful. I'm still not in anything. I would have liked a short up into here. I'm surprised that they just whipped this and failed instantly. Somewhat surprised there. So big, big participation into this level of 50s to 60s. Huge participation here on the book. What's the target for Qs? Qs are trying to get up to 605.80s, 606s. That's where the QQQ is trying to get up to. But it's stuck right now. I'd say under 603s, under that VWAP, we go right back to 601s. Okay, back above that seller at 860. So they should try and visit back to 900 now. Right, they should try and get back up to 900, and how we operate there is going to be important. Remember, I'm not short yet because I don't think we've finished closing the gap. This is still an inefficient market. We've now left that seller out of position again. They've re-dipped into 50s. Here's the visit of 900 again. Look, 900 again, where that buyer was stuck. So we're just going between big players at the moment, just whipping between, seeing who's in control. You can see it on the tape, right? So we've just gone between this seller here. We dunked just under him. Big buyer stepped in. We've come and tested this buyer who's stuck, right? So we're just whipping between these. They're trying to decide who's going to win and what we're going to do right now. That's all we're deciding. I would imagine we're probably going to do a gap fill. Cannot find acceptance up here yet, though. Yeah, 10 a.m. news, but it's only like home sales or something, guys. It's not like a big red folder news. No one really cares about home sales right now. All we really care about is what's going to go on with the inflation data, which is bullshit and skewed, and the jobs report, which has also been bullshit and skewed. If you read the report on Sunday, you would have seen that they lied to the extent of 1 million jobs again. Surprise, surprise, right? And then, before someone says it, it's not the Trump administration, right? They were doing it in Biden administration as well. Right? They're looking for this squeeze up, guys. They're trying to get to PDC right now. That's where they're trying to get to. Whether they got the juice or not is a whole nother thing. Buyers so far got stuck at 16s early this morning. You get a break through that, you should probably go PDC. So watching this for a long trigger if we can hold. So we need to hold 900s here really for that squeeze up. Here it goes. It's going to go without me. Oh, missed it. All right, it's going to come up for 60s now. That's where it wants to go. Missed it. Couldn't get my fill. Couldn't get my fill. There you go. There's the 60s. There's your tag. All right, gap filled. Motherfucker. Ugh. All right, gap filled, folks. Look how accurate that was. All right, efficient market it is. Do not be long up here. You are asking for it. It might well squeeze a little bit higher, but you don't want to be adding a new money long up here now, right? We've just filled the gap. It might be all they want to do, all right? Into and around here might be all they want to do. They might very well collapse it after this, all right? So this is an area I would now look to short in once we trap enough bulls. There's definitely some bulls trapped at 44 and above right now, and we've got imbalances all the way back down to 900. So in a small piece here, just to see if we let go in one go. I want to be careful here. Sellers coming in at 30. So stop now, break even. So I'm short now from 40. Stop, break even. If we hold value, I will cover here. If we hold 20s, I will cover it all. And let's see if we can get down to 900 again. Here we go. So missed the long, so took the short. Okay. Don't want this reclaim. Do not want to reclaim here, otherwise I'll cut it. Already paid myself a little bit. balances both sides here. It's very, very washy and whippy. I'm short currently versus 40. All right, I'm short at 40. We've got buyers stuck at 44s and above. Here we go. Come on, get back under these 20s. I'm looking for a move back down to 900s, and we've got that buyer at 900. If we collapse 900, I'm looking for a rotation to 880s and then possibly to 852s, which would be a 100-pointer if we can get that. Here we go. Come on. I want to let go of this value now and just wash down into these levels here. I'll move my stop. I've already paid myself. Let's move my stop. BE. What is this thing? I thought I've turned it off already. What is this thing? Go away. That's better. Can't see what's going on. All right, nice. Am I in? Yes, I'm short at 940. I keep saying I'm short at 40s. I missed the squeeze up, so I take the move back down. Covering some here into 900s where this buyer was. They might very well absorb here into this level. Here we go. So stop now moved to break even. And if we get a wash, we get a wash. If not, then I'm just going to get the 40 points out of it. $685 here. Again, very key on SPY. So they can rebid this on SPY if they want. Remember, folks, inside day. All right, inside day. We expect rotations. Lots of you got the W. Nice. So did you take the long up? Lots of you got that long up. I am in short at 40s, looking for a wash. Here we go. 80s. Give me 80s. Give me 80s. Give me 80s for my next partial. Give me 80s. Come on, you're so close. You're so close. You're so close. Do it. 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 Ah. 10 points away from a fill. If we reject this, it would be good at 900s. If they reject 900s, it would be good. Otherwise, if they reclaim, I might cut it because we can squeeze right the way back up. We're at VWAP now on the SPY and ES. And those 85s. I'm trying to rebid for a squeeze here. Taking this off now. All right, lock that in. I can always get back in. Don't like that we held that player. All right, if we think about where that player came in this morning, we've come back down into him. We've held him. All right, so we're not forcing pain on him. We're holding him. If we forced pain on him, I was going to look to travel down to 50s, but we've held, so I'm out now, and we might very well drift back up. If we get back under, I'm interested. Back to these 900s again. They're bidding 85 here. Back to VWAP. Oh, this is the move I wanted last time round with a big player coming in here. 200 lot buyer just came flying in on the tape. Why is he marketing though? What's going on there? He's at 93s. Big buyer there came in on the tape. Trying to hold this. This looks better for a sell because of the type of order he's doing. It's weird. Why are you marketing in there at 92s, 93s? If we start selling here, either now or later in the day, it'll be aggressive now that he's stuck. But we're currently holding the bids here at this key level. All right, SPY at VWAP. So do they bid off VWAP here on SPY or not? Remember, we closed the gap. If we start washing here, I will be forced to join in because there's so many big players here who would get caught. I'm going to have to see us fail back into value. If they were going to do a deep shape rotation, if we're going to lose this, ugh, come here. If we're going to lose this and leave this guy caught, if we're going to lose this, I'm going to play this down here. All right, if we're going to bid this, I won't play it because there is always a chance of that rebid back up. But if we're going to lose this, I'm watching very carefully because they keep trying to bid here. And if they get out of position here, we will wash hard. I mean, it's just very sensitive because we're at VWAP. They're out of money now. Are you going to lose it here? Can you give me an entry to get involved here? I have to lose these levels, otherwise I'm not interested. I still rebid back to 900. Very, very sensitive here from, I'd say, sort of 80 to 900. Who's green on the day? Microsoft finding a bid. When I say lose this, what do I mean? I mean this level here. I mean leave this, then I'll play short. I'm not going to play short in here. Or I'm not going to play anything in there. If we lose this, because in here we have some very big players, all right, that keep trying to like bid aggressively, all right? So if they become our stops, if they start stopping out, we will wash aggressively. At the moment, though, we're above their average price, so I'm not really interested in doing anything. They're not in pain, right? Until they're in pain, I don't want to do anything. Correct, yeah. We'd have to get below. That's how I always trade, guys, right? We have to get below an area. Unless I see a blow off like we saw that huge squeeze up, which I missed, right? The huge squeeze up from here, straight squeeze up and buyers stuck at the top. And then I trade the transition back down because I can see them stuck at the top, right? I can see them stuck at the top and I trade the transition back into where the buyers are. That's a different type of trade, right? It's like exhaustion. Right, back to this same level. It is getting tight here, folks. I'm telling you, if we lose this, we're going to get very, very heavy if we lose this. Back to VWAP again. So here's the retest. Do they stay heavy now, or do they just absorb off that VWAP? So far, absorption, back to 900. It's so whippy. They don't know what to do, which has been the story for like a week, I would say. Really want to fade this if they give me the opportunity. I'm not really looking to be a dip buyer here, which might be incorrect. Let's just think about this. Previous week value, reclaiming previous day. We've got efficiencies. There's an argument for it to trade up here today. Failing that 59's big shelf. No, I think short's the way. Unless they set a short squeeze, I think short is probably the way today. It's just going to be see money, take money. Watching for the short here. Same story, right? I'm looking for the same story. If we're going to reject this node and wash all the way back down to the 800s. Okay, small piece on now, folks. Small piece short side on now. I'm going to need a close under 860s. Here we go. We need to get under 860s. Why? Because there was a seller there earlier in the day. So 860s and 850s is a huge level. I do not want to see this reclaim 92s. No interest in reclaiming 92s. We have to stay heavy here. We're testing these big players, right? We're testing between 90s and 60s and 50s right now. Haven't paid myself. I'm not interested in a reclaim of 92s. It must not reclaim that. If it reclaims 92s, it probably goes 900 and squeezes. So I will cut on a reclaim of 92s to make that really, really, really simple. I can always get back in. I do not mind getting back in, but I'm not going to be wrong on this if they're trying to set a really horrible trap. What is this? Ugh. Spies just moved a put wall up to 84 as well, which we just tagged. Oh, it's getting tight, man. They're giving like $1 moves on the ETFs here. Got to be careful. Yeah, exactly. Very thick. Exactly. We're very, very thick. It's much better under here. If we get under this, we'll have prime position. It means we'll be short here and we'll wash all this out and then we'll have prime position if they want to lose it today. But it really depends. Today, it really depends, right? Are they looking to... What the fuck is that? Seriously, TradingView. Are they looking to revisit up here or not before the sell? But we're positioned for it right now. Here we go. We really need to get a close under 60s, folks. You can see they're trying to bid 50s right now. Consolidation day, very possible because we're in an inside bar, right? On the daily. Very, very possible. Here we go. I'm out now. Already out on this revisit. Yeah, so the only thing I'm thinking is this was value yesterday and on the week. If we keep rejecting value, then we're trying to move value lower. If we reclaim value, then we're going to come and test this point of control from yesterday. So that's why I'm being careful here. All right, I positioned for it, didn't make any money on that. We're back to these same players, right? So you can see we're dancing between these big players and these big players, these big players and these big players. And I cut here because if we reclaim this, we can set a squeeze and come up into here. So I don't want to get caught holding the short, right? If they're going to set this now, which is what they're trying to do. So back to 920s, and they might go for 960s again. And if they get through that, they're going to go for 25,100s if they really want to turn the jet on today. Range days are where you thrive, so it's good for you. Like if you like rotation, it's great. They might have the juice to set this now. Spy back over 685. QQQ wants to get to 606s basically. I'm just going to let this develop for a bit. I don't think they know what they want to do right now. Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia all turning red to green, but Microsoft the only one with a bid, and that's actually pulling back in. The others have only just gone red to green, like there's not much in it. But Deeper Tech that was getting oversold has caught a bid this morning, which is good for our swing positions. All right, so anyone in those swing positions with me, we've caught a bid. Log into my account here so I can see. Yeah, Oracle, we're up almost 20% again on Oracle on the swing, which is great. AMD was still up 25%. Robinhood 6%. Meta just under 6%. iBit 2.62%. I'm tiny sizing that. And Apple still 25% up. Okay, failing up here again. The value area high failing. Just above value area high. We're still absorbing a bid here. You can see this is messy, folks. This is a D-shaped profile right now. This is a rotational profile. All right, we are a D-shaped profile. This is saying fade the edges. All right, that's all we're in right now until we prove otherwise. Yeah, whippy. Well, remember you got expiries this week as well, folks. OPEX this week. OPEX this week. I told you that 685 huge level on SPY. Just failed it again. The problem is we're tight on range. The range is tight today. Jeez Louise. Man, did you just knock me out? If you do it now, it's going to be annoying. Right, I'm going to look for a re-entry if they start trapping buys here. Technically, we're still in a buy, but if we start trapping buys here back into the 900s, I'll consider a re-entry, but not otherwise. We would have to basically use all of this. This is your over-under right now. You can see this is being developed. So if buyers get above this, they're forced to squeeze. If sellers keep selling into this, there's a drop right back down to the 800s here. So back to 9s. If they get back above this, they're going to try and go higher day. If they keep failing this, we will look for a 100-point move down to 800s. If we leave this area, we have to leave this area. POC here. If they get back above this 920s, they'll go squeeze, I think. Not going to trade the squeeze up. Not in this area, too dangerous. It's going to have to base way above for me. Back to the 9s. Are we going to leave the area now? Watching now very, very carefully. Back to where that buyer keeps coming in at 92s. We're absorbing 92s for now. If we get under that, I'll think about the short again. Fucking what a dance, man. It's like yesterday morning. Same thing yesterday morning. Do a dance for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and then you have to be at the screen to get the move. Otherwise, it's been and gone. Reclaimed back to the 20s. If it gets through this, they'll try and set the squeeze. Rejection of 20s, back to VPOC, back to 900s. Buyers will need to bid this. If they don't bid this, then I'm still looking for the short underneath it all. Man, so whippy. It is so whippy. Oh, you're going to give me the short now. Back to that buyer's level at the 93s. Literally his exact level at 93s. If we get under this and VWAP, I'll think short. Otherwise, I'm not. If we get under this and VWAP, I'm thinking for the short. Here we come. Here's VWAP. Just let it go, man. Just let it go and I'll get in. Just let it all go. Let it all go and I'll get in. Just flush it 100 points. I'm in now. Small size. Watching this seller step in. Here we go. Here we go. 100 points. Here we go. Here we go. Who fucking told you? Here we go. Let's fucking... Woo! Get out. Get out my way. You're not on my level. Get out my way. You. All right, let's see. Let's see. We need to stay heavy at 85 or 93 retest. Obviously, I paid myself on that wash back down to that same level, and we will see if it offers any more. So it's the retest of 92s. We're whippy between these big players. We're just trading between the big players. That's all we're doing right now. All right, if they stay heavy at 92s, we're going to go revisit 60s again. Under 60s again, we can revisit probably back down towards this shelf. So structurally, all right, buyers are trying to bid in here. All right, structurally, buyers are trying to bid in here for a hold. All right, sellers are trying to protect this. That's the wash down. That's the rebid back up. What happens in here is key. Over this, we go full-time squeeze back up, reject this, we retest this again. So back to these 900s again. You can see how quickly we are moving today. The reason is just because of the big players. I'm going to keep repeating this. We have players stuck both sides right now, all right? Buyers, we have a seller keep stepping here. Buyers are stuck at 93. They're trying to absorb this last level where the buyers came in at the 52s, which is what we just protected. And there was a seller right in here at 60. You can't really see it in that grey box, but there's a big seller at 60. So we're whipping between those two big players. So I'm playing each one of their pain. And I held the runner in case we went lower. We didn't, all right? This is why I'm telling you guys, like, if you are here for signals, you will be late. You need to learn to read the tape and where I'm looking to execute. Like, signals in futures are dangerous, especially in a fast-moving market like the NQ. You have to know when to get in, when to get out. You cannot just be like, oh, he said he's in, and now what? You have to know the levels. You have to be reading it. Can you know those buyers? Can you know when those buyers liquidate their positions, or just does it just disappear? Well, yes. Well, you see the turning on the tape, right? So let me bring you over here. All right, so this guy here, what did we just trade? See this guy here, this 120 lot. Hopefully you can see this. They tried to bid up the 120 lot. Where did the sellers last come in? They're protecting this horizontal line. So once we see the shift, 1, 2 leg, sellers come in, and we see this shift, this is him starting to get out of that position. We aggressively sell, and who gets stuck at the low? Some aggressive seller decided he was going to sell 126 lot at the low. 120 lot at the high, 126 lot at the low. We protected 850. Then we auction back up, inverse head and shoulders, come and revisit this same level where that buyer stuck, which is why we're now selling back off it, because this buyer is now getting out break even. And we now watch the 900s again, the 80s again, and the 60s again. It's just how we rotate from level to level. Okay, let's see. See if they set anything else up for us now. Still protecting this grey box. At this point, to be quite honest, I'd rather they just lifted it higher and gave us a squeeze out through 65. Maybe see if they can get to the 25,000 at this point. It'd actually be better for everyone if they could do that at this point. Yeah, 2,300 of you watching, only 500 likes. What's going on there, folks? Come on, smash it. Smash the like button. We'll get some more trades here. Don't worry. Every day we get trades. Even when I leave stream, I leave you telling you what I'd look for in the afternoon. All right, failing that grey box again. We're just ranging between these players again. So leaving the player at 890 stuck right now, back to VWAP. VWAP is flat. It's literally horizontal with the flow zone. It's not really very nice when you see that. It's going to be whippy. So we're protecting the cash market. This is the 24-hour market. This is the cash market. We have an imbalance here down to 70s. They're protecting that put wall on SPY. If we lose that put wall, though, it's night-night. 84s. It's low of day, night-night if we lose that. Tell you what, QQQ didn't quite fill its gap. It missed it by 20 cents. QQQ did miss the gap by 20 cents. We filled it on the futures market. We missed it on the ETF. Worth being aware of. Yeah, New York Open, New York VWAP, New York Open, right? Cash market. So anyone in the cash market, this is the average price of cash market, the average volume of cash market. Okay, so we just hit that imbalance at 70. They caught a bid off that imbalance at 70. They just revisited that buyer at 92 who's still stuck. They just sold that buyer of 92. So we just chop, 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 chop. Do I see it hitting 25,000 before 820? I don't know. Not at the moment, because we're losing volume trapped. At the moment, I think it's more reasonable that we visit 820 before we do anything else. But, you know, things can change. But look, they're getting heavy again. So we're coming to these 60s again, where this player's stuck again. Man, if they fucking puke this whole thing after running out that high again, it's going to be really hard to trade because we've lost position now. Back to VWAP again. This is where they keep trying to sell. And look at the 84s on SPY again. All right, huge, huge put wall. If we get under here, there's more sell side pressure. I really want to get short in this. I really want to get short in this. Are you going to give me a way of getting short in this? If we get under 50s, I'll think about short. That's where that buyer came in this morning. It's not ideal location, but I'll use his pain if we stay heavy under there. You want to get short under 830, under value. I mean, you got to be very careful if you do that because we had a bump down here this morning, right? Like, this is what they're trying to protect. Here is the big level of demand. But I tell you what, we might do this today, but I tell you what, if we build this out for a day or a session and we come under here, this thing is going to get absolutely nuked. Nuked. That's where this player is. This is where this player is. He's here again at 50s. So this is where the buyer keeps showing up this morning. Sellers just got trapped in that move into him. He's here at 50s. I think this is going to collapse. It's just whether they can pop and drop right now. Can they lift a bit more? And I will get short. If they can lift a bit more, I'm going to look for the short, small size. If they can lift a bit more and show me buyers getting caught. There's that player. He's up at 90s. Here we go. Right, let's see if buyers get caught here. Oh, into 90s, what I just said. Let's see. Do they reclaim this? Otherwise, there's no short. If they reclaim that, it's 900. Straight squeeze up. VPOC here. If they reclaim this, we go high of day. Buyers stepping in. I think they want to go high of day now. So no short. Jeez, man, it's fast moving tape. Back to this same level, 993s. So we couldn't get under this player down here, this player here, this guy that kept trying to buy and buy and buy and buy. And I was thinking, well, if we pop up and fail, I will happily play. If we pop up and fail, I'll happily play back down. But we've reclaimed it, so we can't play back down. So they probably, if they base here now, they should really rip some faces. They should really rip faces now and go way, way higher at this point. They've done all the hard work. Buyer stepping in here at 10s. We're very squeezy though up into here. It's not going to give the long opportunity either by the looks of it. If we can base above here, I will consider this and a runner for this. If we can base above here, I'll consider the long now because we're in a range. We've changed momentum here. We've shifted. Looking for longs now, if possible, for the move back up to PDC. If you're like, why is he flipping? It's because the market's shifting, right? So maybe now we want to lift through and come and test 65 because the SPY as well has reclaimed 85s. So if dips hold here, this is a squeeze back up to the same level. If dips hold here, I will consider the long. Where have we got a hold? We've got a base over 92s. Any base over 92s looks good. We look good even now. Need a dip back in. I don't want to buy too far up. All right, and your target would be 56s. Where's gamma? 56s, 78s, 25,000, and then 25,090. They are starting to hold this. Here we go. Here we go. So into an imbalance here. Come on. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Just rip the faces. You've done all the hard work. Don't pull back at this point. They can afford to pull back to 909s. I just don't want them to do it. I just want them to squeeze everyone out at this point. Long in this, trying to get up into here now. 65, a big level on the options market, all right? So basically PDC. Do I care that it's a major downtrend? Yes, I do care, but it's not. The 25,000 doesn't bother me too much. I'll trade up into that and wait for buyers to get caught. And if they get caught, we trade it downside. I mean, it might be that we want to revisit a little bit higher than 25,000 today and test that shelf from yesterday, 25,050 possible. A lift up into that, and then I'd be looking for short. If they clear out above that, like I said, then I'll be looking for the squeeze all the way up to the naked point of control. We're starting to get a little bit stuck here. I would like to see this lift a little bit higher and set a big squeeze now. Come on. Don't want the buyers to chase aggressively into 45s like they just did. I just want this to squeeze up and take everything out. This dip's got to hold into this grey box now, right? This dip must hold into this grey box. If they don't hold this grey box, we will cut. If we hold this, if I see sellers come in and get stuck, I will add looking for this. If we come back under here, we cut this to get all together because it's a range. It means we're not holding the top side of this range. We must hold this box, right? We must hold this box on this move. Otherwise, they'll slice the whole thing because it's squeeze up. They can slice the whole thing back down. It's a good hold so far. Can afford to come to 900s. I'd rather it doesn't. Failing value area high though. We've got to get back over 30 now. It's a problem. So we filled that imbalance of sellers. Very dangerous here if they can't hold this. Where's that shelf? 909s, 900s. If they don't hold that, we will just slice right back through everything. It'll be just chop fest. 909s. They're coming for 900s. Are you going to come for 900s? Are you going to come for 900s? Watching here. They're trying to absorb. Nice. It's a good hold. Need to get back above previous day value area low now. These 20s, we need to get back above 20s, squeeze through 30s, and then go for new highs. Otherwise, I will cut this all together. Failing there at 20s, don't like it. They might redip the 900s again. Fucking hell, they're going to make this hard work. Out of this. Give it a shot. Redip the 900s. Technically, we're still okay, but I don't want to get caught if they want to reprice this here in one go. But technically, you're still okay to hold into here. I just don't want to get caught in that reprice down to there because we've just filled an imbalance here after a clear out. Very choppy. I mean, it's OPEX. What do we expect, right? Fix back down to low of day. 606 is still huge on QQQ. They've reheld this, haven't they? You stopped me out and reheld it, you fucking assholes. It's tempting to get back in there on that reclaim. Oh, I need to get back in now. SPY just held 85. This should go now for you guys. Oh my god. I shouldn't have cut it. I shouldn't have cut it. Held grey box, held point control. Shouldn't have cut it, Alex. You should not have cut that trade. Right, sellers are stacking here, 40s all the way up to 70s. So you want to see just one squeeze and take everyone out in one go. Just come and fill all these players above. God, they're fucking around so much. They are fucking about so much here. You just want to clear out now. Even if you're short, even if you're looking for the short, it'd be much better now for price to just move higher, clear out everyone, and reset. If we roll over here, it's very, very hard because you've built so much liquidity here to play. We played that short a few times. You can see, keep scooping underneath the grey box. They're still absorbing. They're still absorbing top of grey box. They're still trying to get higher. They are struggling though. What am I looking on here? Oh, it looks awful on Delta. It just looks chop fest on Delta as well. NAF market. Should know better. OPEX should know better. Flow zone's flat. VWAP flat. I think it wants to move higher first, but yeah, I'm out of this. I think we want to go and clear out the highs first. Are we having fun today? I mean, not really. It was all right. The short was really nice. The one that we caught, that was fast, but there's not much to do otherwise. If we just look at the hourlies, it's just like we need to move, right? Where are we, guys? Right, we don't really want to trade around this node. It would be much better if the market comes up here and fades, great. If it comes up here and fades, really good. If we get under here and get stuck, really good. But in here, you can see in here for many, many weeks now, 1, 2, 3 weeks now, we just get stuck. We get stuck. We're an inside bar. It's OPEX week. Nothing here is surprising. The chop is not surprising. We can only trade what's in front of us, right? We can't, like I always talk about, you can't force the market. If you're forcing your way on the market, you're going to get wrecked. You will get wrecked if you're trying to force on the market. Come on, folks. Still only 770 of you hit that like button. There's 2,200 plus watching right now. Hit that like button. We'll get the likes up. We'll do some giveaways. We can do it early today as well because it's so boring. Is volume profile for standard Nasdaq index unusable or misleading because it uses direct volume data? I don't understand what that question is. What is standard Nasdaq index? You talking about US 100? How many points do I get on average? What, per trade? No idea. It depends on the market. Normally I'm looking for 100 plus pointers, especially in the market recently. We've had 400 or 500 pointers on trade recently. So you're talking about the QQQ. Yeah, you can use volume profile on the QQQ. I know, mate. I know, Puma King. I know. Don't even get me started on yesterday. Don't even get me started. Do I consider the weekly fixed range value and from the previous day? Yeah, I have the weekly and the previous day based on New York session. Oh, it is stress, mate. There's no doubt about it. Don't know what fucking Raya was doing, honestly. What a tosser. The way he looked back afterwards as well, like it was everyone else's fault. Like, mate. Anyway. What a shambles. Lots of buyers getting stuck here. They keep trying to buy. Yeah, they do keep trying to buy the 25s and not getting their way. For sure. But I mean, look at this build out of volume. We should be trying to do this right now. But if we do this, we're going to collapse again, right? And look, value, D-shape. Maybe we should just be fading edges. Technically. But, you know, I want to see them just come and fill this at this point. And then we can fade it. Have I taken trades? Yes. We hit the short. I don't remember which one it was. Maybe this one. This one. I can't remember. Somewhere around here we hit a short. Back down into here. I think it was this because we got it in one move. I think it was this. Still basing here. Market's gone to sleep though. Back into the grey box. We're stacked both sides here. If you're looking at Bookmap above me, you can see it. We're just stacked both sides. So they're absorbing 900s, they're selling 35s. It's just over and over and over again. We have imbalances all the way down to 76s, all the way down to 62s if they want to come down to it. I don't know what they want to do here, folks. I really don't know. Like, I would have thought they would want to clear it out and then fade it back in. You're thinking long at 885. What do I think? 885. Or just off VWAP. I don't like it. I don't like it because you would have lost the shelf, right? So you're thinking long, like off VWAP. If you come under here, you've lost these shelves. All right, you're hoping you return in. What happens if they just do that on you straight away? The volume doesn't dictate. For me, structurally, that is dangerous for me. And you have buyers who have been at 93s and 900s, so you would be underneath their average here. It would be way too dangerous down there. It needs to hold this box. Really, you want to hold this here. See how this shelf, we've narrowed this shelf. We've got like 2 here now, which they're trying to hold right now. You want to see that hold for a continuation up at this point. Are the buyers orange or blue indicators above you? No. Red is aggressive sellers. Green is aggressive buyers. Orange are just limit orders, right? So if there's orange or any order above us is a seller, any order below us is a buyer. That's how it works. We can thicken this up to make it easier, right? So the big orders are there. I've just got it thinned out a bit because the liquidity on the book hasn't been the best today. Where's my entry point? I don't have an entry point because I'm not looking for anything right now. IB, yeah, IB's already been set. It's right here. You can't see it because it's on previous day close, right? The purple line, and IB low right down here. Still holding this grey box. Yeah, the chart is choppy. It's very choppy today, for sure. Super, super choppy. We need a few more likes and we do a giveaway because it's so choppy. It's that boring. We can do an early giveaway. Hey. Remember, 5 days left, folks, for that Apex sale, 90% sale. I would imagine that would be the last 90% they do for a while. They've done a few this year, which is unusual for them, to be quite honest. All right, back to bottom of grey box. They're still trying to hold this last node. It just looks awful. No part of this looks good right now. We've not lifted up high enough to sell, and we're not holding with enough strength for me to warrant a buy. Mate, who's the guy in chat? Like, buy or sell? What's your position? So what are we doing right now? Guys, if you're new to trading and you think you always have to have a position on, you are doomed for failure. You are doomed for failure. You must not look at a chart and think, I have to click buy or sell. All right? You're looking for edge in the market. For me, edge in the market, a sell is probably better if we leave this volume, right? If we leave this volume and we're going to go in the rotation, which we're looking like we're trying to do right now, and we're going to come down to here if we leave this volume. It really depends what they're going to do with it. So if they retest this now at 905s and stay heavy, there's potentially a short. If they reclaim the 905s, then there's no short because it means we're just going to dip and rip. That was a mini retest there. They haven't really done it well enough. Here's the failure. I've got a small piece on here, short side now. Here we go. So I'm short now, looking for the move right back down to the lows. Here's the imbalances, right back down in these lows. Maybe we can get a wash all the way back down to low of day. Imbalances being filled here. So the next pop-up might come to 93s, and I will re-add short there if possible. All right, if we pop back up towards 93s, I will re-add short there and look for this move here. One of you asked why to buy here. This is why I said no, because if you leave this volume, they become trapped. All right, so if we pop up here, I will consider an add-on short here. We have got imbalances here all the way down to 64, where buyers have been hanging out, all right, just to be aware. They're still being aggressive. We can't even lift up to 93s here. We're just going to keep washing here. So I'm looking to cover some into 860 and 51s because that was the pivot earlier where those players got stuck. I would like to add on short if we can lift up anywhere from 93s to 900. At the moment, we're just in a big sell. All those buyers, all that volume is now stuck. Okay, all that volume is now stuck. Like I said, you've got to be willing to play both sides. But if we can lift up here, I'm willing to add on. I've already paid myself some into here. If we lift up here and I'm looking for 60s, I'm looking for 60s and 50s and then low of day. So hopefully we lift up and I can add some size on here. If we lift through this, I won't be adding because we're going to rip right the way back up because that's straight down. If they lift through this, we will go all the way back up. So I want to be very careful here. Here's the lift. So I want to see them stay heavy here into 92s-ish. And a reclaim of 900s, I will not be doing anything with it. I think we're going to move lower if we can get enough buyers stuck here into sort of 92s and 900. But let's see. Here's the lift. Here's the 90s. Here's the 92 check. So we're going to check 900 now. Let's see if that gives me an add-on opportunity or if they're just going to reclaim the whole thing. Like dirty bastards. Looking for an add here. Just watching this liquidity. Okay, added on here. Let's see. I'll be careful now because I'll obviously move my average down. So I need this to stay heavy. Don't like that we're still offering 900. I want that offer at 900 to walk down. Here he comes. Nice. Nice. All right, let's see if we can get lows now. And we get low of days now. Here we go. I don't want to hear stuff like you didn't tell me what you're doing. I just don't want to hear it in chat. I literally told you if we lift to 92s, I'll add. Look at that. I don't want to hear it. That couldn't have been more precise if I tried there for you. All right, I'm looking to cover some into 60s, 50s, and then low of day. Here we go. Here's the 60. So we're in the imbalance here. We just want a little wash, a snap down to 60. The reason I'm saying 60 is where a seller got stuck early. So 60 and 50 will be a cover point for me. Then value area low, which will be 40s, and then low of day. Sellers getting very aggressive at these lows. We need a break soon, otherwise they're going to lift it back up. So I've already paid myself a little bit on that last move because we couldn't quite get 60s. So I'm not going to be a dick for a tick, especially when I've added on size. Still look good here. Hey, come on. Be kind. Don't you dare. And get my runners knocked out again. I feel like this is going to be 2 weeks in a row if they knock my runners out here. I don't think it's VWAP acting as a wall. I can see what you're talking about. It's horizontal. It's actually the player above it. All right, so it's the guy at sort of 92 up to 900s. All right, it's the player above it right now. There goes my runner. So out of my runner, they can resell this, but if they reclaim, I wouldn't touch it. They can resell this versus grey box. Right, they can resell this. I'm out of my runner now. If they reject this, we'll go lower. If they reclaim this, then all the sellers down here will get caught and we'll do this move. This is why we have to be careful. We have to be see money, take money in a market like this. But we're now back through that area. So here's the retest of that grey box. I'm out of this now. My runner got knocked. This isn't very typical for OPEX. Rejecting grey box for now. There's these players, folks. I'm going to show you again why these levels, all right? This was the imbalance. So we left volume. We traded under these players. Their pain point, we washed down. We filled this imbalance. I was looking to cover into 60 and 50. Once we missed that 60 cover, I had to take money off. Once we reclaimed this player here, 93 to 900s, we are now back inside grey box because they're no longer out the money. They're in the money. They're comfortable. And we're back in chop zone, which is why you have to cut. So it's see money, take money environment. Don't have a go at me if you cannot manage your position. Like, I can't control the chart here. You have to understand what you're trading and how you're risking and what you're risking versus. But we expect, guys, we expect this action today. Like, I can't. What's the first thing that I do on every single show, every single morning, 9:15? What's the first chart we look at? The first exact chart we look at is the answers in chat. If you turn up here every day, you'll know my process. What's the first chart I always look at? The daily, exactly. And what are we today? We're an inside bar, right? So what do we expect on an inside bar? Chop, right? The clues were there. We went over at the start of the show. So if you're coming in here now being like, I want a signal, and you're not willing to stay and learn from the beginning, you got no chance, mate. You got no chance. All right, rejecting value, rejecting point of control. This thing's continuing to chop. I'm just going to let it do what it wants now. Same thing. You gone? Yeah, say goodbye. Okay. We'll get a decision soon in this market, guys. Like, you got to understand. Just focus on this chart with me. All right. This is what we're doing. You have to understand how we build out liquidity. Right. This is what we're in right now. We're in this pullback zone. We've already cleared out the stops of this high. Right. We've trapped buyers up here yesterday. We've pulled back into that overnight. Failed. Drifted down into this thick area. Right. We're chopping here. Once we leave this area, right, if we leave to the downside, we will start washing. All right. If we pump to the upside, we might clear out the first lot of stops, get stuck into 25,000, 25,1 and start coming back down again. We won't stay here forever. All right. Where would I be uber bullish? Well, not uber bullish, but thinking we have more. If we get back above this and use this volume, then we can come up to this previous week point of control, which is still naked. I don't think we're going to do that. I just think we're going to leave it alone. I think we're going to keep chopping in here. Maybe there's a chance to do this, but I think the market wants to do this. All right. Why do I think that? Because the daily is desperate to do that right now. Right. We've just built out enough liquidity. We talk about this where the daily Bollinger Bands are now expanding downside, 5-day downside, 20-day downside, 50-day rolling over, trap liquidity above us. We don't really want to come up into this. Right, we talked about in the newsletter. This is a build out to go lower right now. Why does it want to go lower? It's got a ton of stops to go and take. All right, and in case you didn't read the minutes yesterday, they talked about a rate hike, which is why we freaked out yesterday afternoon. Right, we have trap liquidity up here from months and months and months and months. There's your trap. Wash, reject, wash, reject, wash, reject. All right, we are probably more likely to be doing this right now. All right, think about this: cup and handle. All right, we are trying to come down, but we're in a part of the session where we're just building out. All right, we have to build out volume. Why? Because if we build out lots of buys in here, if retail keeps saying, hey, we're going to go back to all-time highs, all right, if we keep building out in here, right, then we will use that liquidity to run these stops. Once we run these stops, I think there's an argument to come back down here or here, all right, which would be a significant pullback, and then we can rebid back up. All right, that's where my head is at currently on the daily. I'm not uber bullish on this on the daily, but you know, the problem is we are in discount, right? And like I said, institutions are selling pops right now. They're selling pops right now. They're selling pops right now. They're not selling lows. All right, they're selling pops. All right, unless they're quietly accumulating these, but the best accumulation is going to come under this. All right, for that move here. Once retail panics out, we'll accumulate back up. Don't waste your time here. It's just random trades, and successful trades are the ones the most that you can't get. Good luck, mate. I can tell it's your first day here. It must be your first day here if you think this is random. It's a choppy market. Nothing I do, mate, is ever random. Ever. Can we look at the swing positions in open again and target 750? I mean, I'm only holding one share in open for a joke, mate, because I already made 500% on it. I bought 198. All right, we bought 198. You can see this is where we bought. Right, we bought here in open last year. This is a long time ago, August last year, and we sold above 10s. All right, so we traded from 198 to 10. This is still trying to base out, but you are dangerously close to losing a bid here. All right, if you don't hold this pullback in open, you've got earnings today, by the way, in open. You've got earnings tonight. If you hold this pullback, you've got a slingshot. You know, if earnings beat and there's a surprise, then you've got a slingshot. But I tell you what, you've also got this absolute collapse. I would not be positioning in open right now. It's an absolute gamble. It's a bit of a turd of a company, but it was perfect for a squeeze opportunity, which is why we traded it last year. But yeah, you've got earnings tonight on open. I'd be very careful, whoever just said that. Mate, why are the point controls and value areas so different on Ninja versus TradingView today? Are they very, very different? Let me have a look. Value area high 2.9. That's very close. Value area low 41. That's very, very close. Point of control 15. I think they're bang on, mate, today. Maybe you're seeing something different to me, but for me, they're bang on. For me, they're bang on. Do I cover swing trades in Discord? Yes, absolutely. If you're in Discord, just have a look at the tab on the left. I'll shrink this down for you while we're doing nothing. All right, just down here, swing investments. All right, so we've got a whole tab here. I will always say what I'm looking at and the levels I'm looking at and why. We're going to have to go back a long way for open, but I will show you. It'll be August. Jeez, awful long way. October. As the Apple swing from August. It's somewhere in here anyway, but you can see it's all there. I can see Coop was talking about it somewhere there. There you go. Here's open. There you go. There you go. All right, so this is where we started adding heavily. Anyway, back to the charts because we're starting to chop again. So probably back down to lower side of value again. So just this D shape continues to be built out. For the guy that thinks everything's fucking random, there's nothing random in the charts. There's no trade that's random. We trade liquidity that's trapped. That's how the market moves. All right, we can't find acceptance above right now. We haven't found acceptance below. If we find acceptance below, oh, do not move that. I'm going to need that chart. It's my 5-minute chart. If we find acceptance below, like I said, we have these players stuck at 60 and 50. We're coming back to them again. Same trade as last time. I just missed it because I got caught teaching again. If we lose this and lose the New York Open, there is a wash right back down into this demand. So here's the 60s. This was my cover point first time round. Oh, I got caught teaching again. And they're going to fucking do it now that I got caught teaching for that random trade. So 60s hit, 50s your next level, which you've just traded into right here, 52s. This is where the buy has been all morning. Value area low on the session is 46. Welcome to the team, Ustan. So lots of you caught that short again. Well done. So it's the same trade, right? They poked above, they failed above, they lost below, they failed to reclaim back to the lower side of this D shape, right? And they're bidding back off this. Why are we bidding off here? This is the same level, this random level the short was caught at, random level the buyer's shown at all morning. Look, he was there earlier this morning. That random level, you absolute div in chat when I'm here to help you. You are unwilling to learn. Like I said, you want to do random trading, go to Top Shit TV or something. You calm down. All right, let's see if we come back up again. It will be the same thing, right? Do we visit sort of the 90s, this kind of area, and reject again, or do they reclaim? That would be the midpoint. See if the options market is moved yet at all, or if we're still pinned. We're still pinned. Yeah, we're still pinned. So this same trade as earlier. All right, if they reject 92s, we will go lower. All right, if they build out liquidity into 92s, we will go lower. If they reclaim it, guess what? We'll go back through value, go scream straight back upside, okay? It's literally identical to last time. So 92s to 900, do they reject that or do they reclaim it? It's the move to 92s to 900. If they reclaim it, then we'll probably go back to the highs again. It's literally, it couldn't be more identical to earlier if you tried. It's kind of impossible to trade unless you are... some of you in chat absolutely love rotations. This is a great rotation, right? Bid the low, sell the high, bid the low, sell the high. I absolutely hate rotations, as most of you will well know. So back to point of control, and do they resell this or do they reclaim it and scream it? And we left imbalances all the way up at 12s. I mean, it's just a bit of a joke here, folks. I would say this is just OPEX. Do they trap some buyers? There's some selling in here. They didn't clear out that low at 49. They've reclaimed straight back up. What a garbage market. What is OPEX? This is the options expiry. have major expiries. We had VIX yesterday, which is why VIX was doing the dance yesterday. And today, tomorrow, you have all the indexes, which means you have to re-hedge. They have to roll over and re-hedge their positions, the market makers. Well, they did just find some excess there on that last move. I wonder if we come and dunk down now. Do they actually do this move now? There was some excess there. Nope. Reclaimed again. Zoom this in a little bit. They're trying to force this down now, these sellers. They caught excess above 900 today on that last move. If they don't hold VWAP here, we might get the break for the lows. Okay, here we go. Let's see them if we get the break for the lows now. Here we go. A small size in this because it's very, very dangerous in a range. But I'm wondering if we're going to expand this range down into this blue box again now. Here we go. So 900s, 920s rejected. We caught excess at that high. You'd need to stay heavy versus 91s now, really. We can just call it 90s. And you got to get back under 60s, right? 60s and 50s is where we get major excess. Any reclaim of 90, yeah, 93 would be a problem. So basically short versus 93 right now is the best way of me putting this. And the reclaim, I'll be out. And it's small size because it's not the best location for a range, but it's just in case we stop being a range and we start being a bit more heavy on the book. So we're going to retest 92, 93 here, and then I will stop out if we trade through that. I'm not going to risk all the way up. Good rejection there so far of this random trade. $92s. We pop through this, I'll cut it. Okay, cut that for me. We can still reject it. I just don't like the bid coming in here so aggressive. So many break-evens today. So many break-evens. This market's bollocks. Guys, honestly, it's the options market taking control. Like, we're pinned, right? We're absolutely pinned, but I'll show you. We're pinned in no man's land right now. Right? They're not letting anyone out. They're just going to burn everything. If we move this to like a weekly, let me check the first week. All right, look at that. There's your weekly. All right, put wall on a weekly right here. All right, they can't get over that weekly. It expires tomorrow. That's the big thing right now. Where did they bid off today? We didn't even get down to it. It's gross. It's gross, but that's why we're pinned. I wouldn't normally care, but I know they will expire tomorrow. "50-year-old chap here, trading 6 years, watched so many content. You can't find better content than here, trust me. Long time after first time." Keep scrolling down. I'm going to have to get it on my OBS. First time consistently profitable. Nice. You're welcome, man. Yesterday move played out at 1. Yeah, the move we talked about yesterday, whenever the move we talked about yesterday when guys in chat, we always get the same thing, guys in chat saying, we're long, we're going up, we're long. And I was like, this is the bull trap area we talked about in the newsletter. And puke. And like, you can watch the clip. I said it will probably find a bid back here and then we'll chop for a session or two, right? So we traded back up to this area here. This is what's happened overnight, right? This was the best location to short, was here. And by the way, if you were in Discord, you were given that last night, all right? We talked about this before the fact for all these people that are talking nonsense again, as per usual. All right. This is what we were talking about. This drive up to be faded. That's what you got in Globex. That was the prime position. This is the pro trend. All right. So we talk about all this. We're prepared for it. Unfortunately, we are in chop here because we've taken out this low and we've trapped this high. We're at this pivot. We're between these two pivots. All right. The prime location to short is here or under this. Okay. At the moment, we're bidding off that, selling in front of that. It's not the prime location, the midpoint. This was a great location to short. Fantastic location to get short. Yeah, definitely Cody. Definitely could have that. How do you join Discord? It comes for free if you do the 20-hour course, the beginner to advanced course. So with that course, you get a version of the indicators, you get 20 hours on demand, you get Discord. Yeah, at the end of stream yesterday, I said, be very careful long in it. I literally talked about the trap. Like, I'll show you. For those who are new. This was yesterday. Right? That's what I said. Don't long up here. Do not be long up here. I would fade this back down, and down in these areas you can think about the bid. That's what I kept telling you. Either there or there for the short, back down into these areas for the bid. And then we can bid up off there. Okay? That's this. All right? That's exactly what we did. And they called it in Discord. I did not catch the fade. Unfortunately, I was in a meeting. It's just one of those. Sod's law. I had to wait all the time for it. All right, here's the squeeze back to previous day close. So let's see now. 606 is big level for QQQ. It hasn't closed its gap yet on QQQ on the ETF. It's come close a few times. We've got relative strength on the Qs today. Just be aware of that. Most of them are green now, other than Nvidia and Apple. And if we get through this, then there is an argument for a squeeze back up to Globex. And that 25,090 is the area that I would really like to get to. Yeah, I know, Rowan. I mean, but there's 2,000 plus of you here each day, and there's always like one or two haters who come in here for like 1 second and then leave, and they're not willing to turn up each day and learn. And if they just turned up each day and learned, even for free, you would probably make a ton of money. Yeah, I know they're trolls. It's all right, guys. I just think it's dumb. It's just dumb. Like, why come on a stream I'd get it if I was giving shit invaluable information and you couldn't learn from me. I'd understand, but I just find it's just weird. Okay, QQQ now filled the gap. 606, big level. We might get volatile around this 606. So, which for us is probably into value area high. All right, from the current week. That's developing value area high from the current week. All right, if we trade up to, I would say 60. Once we get over 60, we're looking at 24. Yeah, really 25,000, and then you're looking at Globex, really, if they really want to lift this. Well, let's see. Remember, we're in a range. It's very possible that they fail this again. It's very possible that they pop and fail this again. You would need, if you're long here, you would need to find acceptance over value now, all right, because you've just traded through it. You would need to find acceptance here. If you fail to find acceptance there, guess what? You're going to come right back down to this side again, because this is the range. You need to find acceptance above this range right now. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. Do I notice a difference in eye strain in the new glasses? I'm thinking about buying some. At the end of the day, it sometimes can be tough. I mean, yeah, like even the other glasses you saw me had a filter on. But these have like a slight tint on them as well. Yeah, definitely. Like, I've got very bad eyesight, guys. So, you know, I've got stigmatism in both my eyes, one worse than the other, and I need a prescription lens as well, other than the stigmatism. And we're staring at lights, and you know, I have like these box lights on me so that you guys can see me. When I'm saying acceptance, what do I mean? I mean, it means that buyers would need to step up, right? You need to see buyers step up here. You need to see sellers get stuck. You want to see a passive buyer, a limit buyer, absorb the tape here to force that rotation. If you don't see that, if no buyers step up, all right, and we keep failing, then we're going to rotate back down again, just like you had here. Buyers couldn't step up. Buyers couldn't step up. Rotate. Buyers are willing to bid here at the moment, and they're selling on pops. All right, let's do the first giveaway. Let me set something up here. Can I get my brain in gear? Big seller here, 300 lot, 955 on the book. And they're selling all the way up to 70. So he's providing liquidity up here. Yeah, as you guys know, FZT, the best code you can use. All right, the best code you can use. Use code FZT for all your prop firms. Other than take profit, you can use code FlowZone. If you type FZT once in chat right now, please don't spam it, guys. Just type it once, otherwise you get booted out. And then we will pick a winner at random. Big buyer getting stuck up here again into 55s. I will tell you that. There's a 300 lot here. So that passive seller was there. Big buyer came into him. So you can mark out 954 here. All right. That is a level to mark out. It's a big delta level. If we get above that, buyers potentially have control for a re-squeeze up. If we get above that and then come back below that, that buyer will get stuck. All right. So right into here, big level. This is your IB high and your previous day close. So failing from there so far. He's just got caught. So you can mark that out. So maybe if you can't find acceptance, like I said, there'll be a short. If you find acceptance, then maybe we can move higher. Just checking these weeklies on higher time frames. 25,005 is where they are trying to get to. Yeah, they want to try and lift into this basically. That buyer is caught though. Again, you can see him right here. Big boy just got caught up there so far. You need to find acceptance around here, like I talked about on the pullback. So this pullback so far looks all right. They're starting to absorb. It might need to come deeper. What's the best website for options? I don't know. There's lots of. Thank you, whoever just joined. I just see that now. There's lots of different websites for options. You could use Cheddar Flow or Unusual Whales. Lots and lots of different ones. I use Tanuki. I hope I said that right. Tanuki. That's what I use. All right, so here's the pullback. So they must hold this. If they fail to hold this now, you will be caught. That buyer, like I said, the top of that auction, that buyer at 9.55 is currently in pain, right? He's got 300 lots long and he's currently in pain. But this is your retest of this key level, this gray box. If they don't hold this level or above this level, we will start washing. All right, let's pull this winner while this happens. 3, 2, 1. Patel S2MS. Patel S2MS. So you hear Patel. No, nice. Okay, Patel, congratulations. Free Apex account on its way to you. All you need to do is email me info@flowzonetrader.com and we will get you set up with a free Apex account. You need to send me a screenshot of you logged into your YouTube, okay? info@flowzonetrader.com. Send me a screenshot of you logged into your YouTube. Okay, so right into here. This is the level that buyers must step up in, right? We just talked about it. This is the retest of this level. You're going to have to see buyers step up here. I will tell you now that there is definitely a big boy buyer trapped at the high of day. There's a big boy buyer stuck up there at high of day. All of the mag now green, other than Nvidia, is trying to play catch up. So there's an imbalance here that they're trying to hold. They're trying to dip this. If you lose this grey box, it is going to be night-night, I'm telling you, because we've just cleared out then. As the range starts to take over. If we lose this grey box, I will think about the short again, guys. I will keep thinking about this short if we lose this grey box. So 900's here. If we start losing this, I'm going to start attacking it. Not beforehand. That big buyer up there. See how we know, like, there's a good chance it's the end of the auction because this guy is a wally. Just got himself caught, didn't he? So back to point of control. If we start losing this area, I'm going to start attacking. We're starting to lose this area now. I'm starting to attack this short side. Small size. I want to see a pullback in, get sold into. Here we go. Beautiful. Let's attack down then. Let's see if we can get 60s again. Here we go, folks. Same trade. Same trade 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row. And we're going to hold now because now we've caught. So taking a piece out here into 70s. I'd like to get 60s and 50s and below. So it's the same trade as before, right? If we hold, if we reject 92s to 900, we're going to look to rotate. So it's the same thought as before. If we reject this, we're going to look to rotate. Maybe you want to do an add up here. I'm looking for this to rotate lower now. All right, I want to come and retest, take out all these stops down here now, and then we can get a waterfall because now we've cleaned out this high. We've trapped the buyer at that high. I want to be very careful of a pump all the way back up, which is what we've done each time in the range. I'm short for the breakdown, and I will add on heavy if I see a clean rejection. All right, and I'm going to use the same players that have been on the tape all day. We're looking to get to 60 and 50, and then below that a snap. Here we go. Come on, baby. This is exactly the same setup we've looked at 3 times in a row today. That same random setup. If you're playing the options on SPY, you want to watch 684. It's the same level, right? Under 684, we've got room. Come on, come down to 60s and 50s. Or pop up and then give me an ad. Just don't rip my face off on the pop. Be kind. We've done this move so many times. Be kind now. Pop up and fail. You can pop up a bit higher if you want, please, and then give me an ad. That's also okay. A little bit of a lift here, and then I'll add on. They're adding liquidity much higher. I don't want them to do that. I don't see a seller step back on the tape here. I've got to zoom this in a minute just so I can see what's going on here as they lift into 900s. Here's the lift. Okay, let's see if they reject this then. Nice rejection on that first attempt. Can we lift a little higher to 900s and then see if the sellers come and step back on this tape? Exactly the same play as I looked for earlier. I will cut it exactly the same way as earlier as well. Any reclaim, definitely a reclaim of 909s. I would cut and then look for an add higher or a leave alone altogether at 909s, 906, 909s. So far looking good. I think we can go new lows. This is so many attempts down here, but let's see. Big seller coming in here, passive seller, got absorbed, squeezing back up. So 155 lot buy side now. So I'm going to mark him out at 90. So here's the 900 test. Oh, you're going to make me cut this runner. I still haven't added on. Watching this 909s. Do not want to reclaim a 909s here. Put a little bit of size on here on that last push. Need to see a flush back down though. We reclaim 909s, I'll take it off just like I did earlier. Exactly the same as earlier. I will take it off. I've added back on that push up through 900. Need to see a flush back down now. Not sure about this. Not sure about this. They might squeeze higher. If I don't see it flush soon, I'm going to have to cut because I've added back in. They keep bidding these 97s. I need to see a flush back down and lose this shelf at 92s under VWAP. Otherwise, I'm going to have to cut. Almost tempted to trim some size already because I'm uncomfortable. There's the reclaim out. Out on reclaim. Can always add back in again. Nasty, nasty, nasty. So I've had 3 goes at it. 3 times making money. 3 times getting stopped out on the runner. That time I tried to add because I felt like we had a chance to do a bigger move. Oh my God, they're going to go right back up again. Range trader's paradise and Alex's worst nightmare, as we always talk about. I cannot stand a market like this that ranges. It's just not my cup of tea. Look at that rejection of 20s. Oh, you're going to do it now. If you stop me out to do it, do I have another go into VWAP? Oh, right to the top side of the grey box. That's dirty. Dirty, dirty. We'll have another go here if it starts to show me. Next pop up to 900 needs to be sold. Otherwise, I won't have a go. 91s, 93, 94. Come on, little squeeze up and then sell it. Into 900, I will sell if I see them get retrapped here again. Same play. Fucking hell. This has got to play last play of the day. It's 30 minutes left. Here's the move to 900. So they need to sell this down. You see buyers get trapped for me to sell this. They're rebidding. They're squeezing hard here. All right, 1 on here. I like what I've seen there. Just a little small guy as a feeler because I can cut it again and take the loss if I need to. Probably have to risk 20 now, unfortunately. Can't risk 09s. Just a 1 guy on here in the 900. Risking 20 points here. I have to risk the 20s. Technically, I've got to risk 26s, but I don't think I will. I don't think I'll risk 20s. What a chop fest. No continuation for Alex at all. You're going to stop me out here. You're going to rinse me at 20s, aren't you? You motherfucker. There we go. Out. Oh, well. That's my 4th attempt, so no more attempts, even if this goes without me. I can't keep taking break-evens. That's like the first loss because that's a fresh attempt. Oh, my God. Oh, I got to eat it. I got to eat it. Oh, don't you dare fucking do it now. I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets. I've had a good few goes. Oh, no. No. No, it's done me to the tick. Is that 20 to the tick? Oh! Oh! Watch this flush all the way down now. Oh, watch this coming. Oh, no! Oh my god. All I wanted was a reaction of this node here. It was why I was risking like the 9s, and I said, oh, I'll risk 20s to the top of the box to be polite. And it's done me by 1 point. If we lose the bid at 70s, like I said, your cover points are 60s, 50s, and then really under that we can get very, very heavy because there's lots of stops down here. And my anticipation at the moment is that these guys here, they keep bidding. They'll probably get stopped out at some point. They'll probably come and wash all of this, which is where I wanted to cover and then hold a runner for this move back down. I've run out of bullets now, though, as we well know. I think that was attempt 4 at the same trade. What are you going to do? I can't do anything more than that. I know it's coming now. I can see it's coming on the tape now. It just needed that one more push. I needed to give it. What did I say? I've probably got to risk 23s or 24s, but I'm going to risk 20s. Well, Alex, you should have risked what you said you needed to risk. Ego got the better of me there, I think. Yeah, I think you guys are right. I think there's a good chance that we'll can rotate lower. I trade with both, Mighty. I trade with both. Yeah, I said 26. Fucking hell. Oh, says what to do, doesn't do it. What an idiot. Shorts need to get a break lower here, though. You do not want it high low here, but I think you look good. I think you look good. They are bidding down in 70s, so I think you're going to get the move to 70s very, very soon. And then under that, again, guys, you've got to be covering some into 60s and 50s, and then you can hold for lower. Okay, guys, I'm gonna say something I say every day on stream. When you guys ask how many contracts do you use, okay, you need to understand your contract size needs to be based on the size of account that you are trading and the size of your stop that you require and your experience. Okay, so it doesn't matter about anything else. So if I tell you I'm trading 20 minis, which I'm not, all right, how's that going to affect you? You have to understand I need to understand what you're trading. Are you trading a 50K account? Is it your own money? Is it a prop firm? If it's a prop firm, have you got 3K drawdown, 2.5K drawdown? All right. Those are the basics. Then what's the average ATR on the move? Currently today, we're averaging around 20 points. Right, so you're going to have to risk at least 20 points. So I'd say probably be trading with 2 to 3 micros on a 50K account, for example. No, I'm not getting back in. I'm out of bullets, mate. I'm out of bullets. You can go without me. I don't care. I am out of bullets. I cannot break rules. I've had a good few attempts at this. Can go without me. I'm just going to have to suck it up now and watch it go without me. 50K prop. Yeah, so 50K prop, 2 to 3 micros with 20 to 30 point stop probably is what you need on a day like today, assuming you are entering in good locations. But, you know, it needs to be, like, let's say you're short here. All right, let's say you're short here on this revisit. You will need to risk this high, okay? And you will be attacking down here. So what's your stop? What's your risk there? How do I see the risk? Yeah, so about 16 points there. So you'd need to risk at least 16 points. We give it a bit of room to that next node. Right, 16 points to make. You'd be covering into 60, so 40 points, 50 points. New York Open, 70 points, and then back down into here would be a 100-pointer. That's like what I'd be looking at right now, that kind of move there. That's what I've been trying to get all day. All right, we've had goes it all day. Every time we've left this grey box, I've attacked it, and then I've tried to add on and then cut. Leave the grey box, attack, try to add on, partial, and then cut. Leave the grey box, attack, leave the grey box, attack. Or was it? No, it was here, right? Was it this one? And then I stopped out, had an attack on it, stopped out. So now I'm out of bullets. So like 1, 2, 3. I think I had another one back here somewhere or here, right? So I am out of bullets. So I will not be trading anymore. We have 20 minutes left. I've had a good few attempts. I think there's a good chance it goes for you if they let it go. Crumple Fedora, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's not even 4 single attempts. It's like I've had 3 attempts was enough, right? But I've had numerous attempts at the same trade and it's not worked for me. This one is probably going to work now. Just how we built the liquidity out. But I'm going to behave myself. What's happening in 20 minutes is lunch. Right, so you're going to get it now. Here's 70s. They should snap this and go 60s. So you should be covering some into these washes, okay? Ideally, you snap 70s, go 60s, 50s. You must be covering some down there, and then you can hold for a breakdown lower. So if you want TP1, 60s, I'd be looking for like down here, 60s and 50s to take out these stops. So covering some into a wash down here, if possible, if they stop being assholes and holding this up. Right, 60s and 50s, and then you can look for this breakdown. 60s, 50s, 30s, and then this would be your most ideal move, right? If they just stop being assholes. Use the CME data for SPY in TV, Flow Zone Trader. Are you asking, do I? Mate, I have SPY. You're pinned right now in SPY between 85 and 84, all right, on the 0 DTE. If you get under 84, there's a collapse. You took the Tyson trade, the IB high to VWAP. Yeah, there you go. The IB high where we got those buyers stuck, right? We talked about it. The big boy buyer got stuck, which is why this trade was more probable now. We cleared out big boy buyer. Here you go, folks. You're very, very close to getting those 60s. You just need to see these sellers just absolutely just come and take a bit of control here. Just come and take a bit of control. Is X-Ray Tradeify's online version of it sufficient? Do you think you need the downloaded version? I can't comment. I've never used it, so I literally have no idea. But you know, all you're really looking for is order flow. If you can read order flow, it doesn't matter what tool you're using, right? Doesn't matter what tool. But they're bidding 60s here. You just need a break of 70s. This little guy who keeps rebidding 70s needs to go away. And this seller at 90s needs to walk down instead of fucking offering up there. He needs to be a bit more aggressive because he's going to allow it to lift, and that's going to be a problem. You need to see this seller at 90s who's at 92. He's looking for that pop-up at 92, the same pop-up I've been looking for all day. You actually don't want that. You actually want him to just rush down and just hammer it. I think you will get it. I think you will get it. I think you will get the breakdown here. But I've thought that 4 times today, right? Because I've tried it 4 times today. But it feels like it's coming this time. Here's 70s. They break 70s, you should go 62s pretty quick. 60s and 62s. So remember, just make sure you're paying some into 60s and 50s, and then you can hold runners. Here you go, folks. Fuck me. Well, you know, at least I give it to you. At least I'm kind enough to give it to you. Here you go. Fuck me. Random. Random trade. Random trade. All right, so TP1 here. TP2. So TP1 in here, in this block. You must pay yourself a good chunk in this block. TP2 would be down into here, right? If you get lucky, you'll get down into there. Yeah. It's a fantastic random trade. I'm really sorry, folks, that I had 4 attempts at that today. It's I just have to stick to my rules. Had to stick to the rules. Yeah, that reprice. So if I can try and explain to you guys who are new of why we were playing that. All right, we're in a D shape. In a D shape, we rotate. We're in an inside bar as well, right? Not once today, outside of this D shape, did we find acceptance. Remember when I said when we're up here, you will need to find acceptance. If they don't find acceptance, we'll flush. Someone asked, what does acceptance look like? It looks like a pullback, which holds where sellers get stuck and a passive buyer absorbs the tape for rotate. What happened when we came back here? Did we find a bid? No. We flushed and leaving this same area. So now we know big boy buyer at high of day. Big boy buyer at high of day is caught. All the buyers in this range are caught. So now we're looking to attack to the downside. All right. So Alex had a good bloody go at this. All right. He attacked right through here. And I added on size. I think it was into 92s or 900. I can't remember. But I added size on here because I was looking for this move. And I was trying to use this block here as my protection. So I moved my stop above this node. I moved it to 20s. I think I said it needed to be at 26s. Let me have a look why I would have said that. Was it 20s? Am I making that up? 20s, and I said 26s, which was this next node, right? So I used this node as protection. It wasn't enough. I got stopped out by 1 point. By 1 point on my ad. And you are now back down to the New York Open, and you can look for, ideally here, we can look for low of day. You can look for low of day here, folks. Oh, I'm going to be one salty, salty, salty man. Salty man. Oh. It's hard, man. It's a hard game when it does you like that. If anyone's joined me on stream, you will know I have taken a lot of stop outs recently. A lot of stop outs. Oh. Oh, so there's your New York Open, this blue line. This is point of control for the developing profile for the current week. If you start getting heavier under here, I'm going to go over the same thing we talked about this morning, right? We've moved point of control for the current developing week profile up, right? If you start getting heavy under here, you are looking to attack into this node here, right, where we caught a bid this morning. You must be covering some in here. If the market takes a turn today and gets heavy under here, which I think was probably unlikely, we'd probably do that tomorrow or next week, then we're looking for that expansion down. Remember, the pro trend is lower. This was the pullback. This was the fail to make a new high. These are the buyers. Yesterday got stuck. These are the buyers in Globex that got stuck. This is why we wanted to fade today, but we want to be careful into here because it's very thick. It's not just thick today or this week. It's thick last week or 2 weeks ago and the week before that, way back here somewhere. All right. So we're going to be careful into that range. We're going to be careful. Anyone who joined me this morning for the pre-market show, this is the range that we talked about being very careful into. Yeah, lots of you getting that. I'm going to read the chat now and just I'm going to be happy that you all got it. Okay, let me see. Oh my god, look at all these guys that get it. Bam, thank you, sir. W's, beautiful trades. Up to 2.2k and out, nice. Just bought my random Lambo, nice. Finally, ones that working. Yeah, well, we're finally backside of this now. Oh, God. Yeah, lots of you getting it. Do I think it keeps going? I think there's a chance, right? So you're positioned for it no matter what, right? So you've locked some in here, and you're looking to trade back into this blue box, which is the higher time frame level. This red line on your chart is key right now. Developing weeks, sort of point of control. If you stay heavy versus that red line, maybe up to 850, maybe even up to 870, right? As long as you stay heavy sort of versus here and here, we should be trading into here. If we let go of this, you've got previous day's low to attack, and we've got all these lows down here, which are the swing points I want to come into. And down here is the higher time frame level that I think the NQ is going to take out. It's just a matter of time, right? So today was building liquidity. We built liquidity all bloody day, and now we're starting to use that liquidity, right? We're finally using that liquidity. Like I said, they will build this all day. I didn't know if they wanted to set a trap here or even come up here and then refade it. But what I did know is we want to be playing downside pressure. The long would have been to get short into, right? Same as yesterday. Same as yesterday. Market's heavy. We're trying. Pro trend's down. Easier trade is down, right? It's down. What do I mean that I've run out of bullets? I mean that I've had enough goes at it, right? So if I have like 3 goes at the same trade, honestly, is enough. 3 goes at the same trade is enough. I had 4 goes at that same trade today. That 4th go, I was positioned really well. I added in heavy because I felt like it was going to go, and I got stopped out. You know, my stop was at 20. It hit 21s. I added in heavy. This could potentially be 140 points, maybe a 200 pointer for you. So that, you know, this is the thing with the markets, guys. I try and explain to you guys, especially those who are new, you have to be patient. I can't force the market to move. The market moves when we leave volume. So the random stuff that everyone's talking about is the build out of volume. We've now left that volume. We're in downside pressure because anyone who's a buyer in here is now caught. The pro trend is in effect. We are starting to sell off and attacking downside. It's not random, and I can't control it. Like when we build out volume, we just have to keep trying to attack it every time we're leaving it. And unfortunately today, I needed to give it a bit more room. It's okay. JD, nice, man. Nice. So what are we into here? Is this previous week open? I'm trying to remember what this level is. Previous week close you're at now. If we get under here, it's big level on the weekly, right? Big level on the weekly here. So you could pay yourself a little bit here into 800. It's a big level on the weekly. If we get under here, there is potentially more downside. We know that sellers got caught down here, but this grey line is your previous week close. So under here, we're under the weekly close. We're into IB, and these levels down here are the put levels. 720 is a huge level for puts. All right, 720 here. So maybe you get that. Maybe. I think if you get there, you might as well take out previous day low. But no matter what, you've paid yourself, and you just sit in this and let it work now. Can I explain why it didn't break down the previous 3 times? They just didn't want to let it go. So we had a buyer. We had a buyer on the tape here today, right? Who bought that breakout? He rebid there. 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 And this time he's exhausted, right? He's got no bids left, right? He's absolutely unloaded into this. So now we're selling. So it was just that he was adamant in forcing it up today. He needed it. He wanted the market to try and move higher. And, you know, he probably was the guy that got out here. So if we think about that move at high of day, let's just think about this on here. All right, let's just think about this. I'll zoom this in for you a bit. All right, so at the start of the day down here, we had 100 lot, 25 lot. Into this level here, we had 124 lot, 181 lot, 196 lot, 26 lot, 155 lot. So this was the guy who was buying all day, right? In here. Let's just say this is the buyer. Absorb. All right. Once we lifted, all right, and we came up to the high, I would not be surprised if this buyer has sold up here. And you might say, but there's a buyer there. Yes, there is a buyer there. But if there's a buyer there, what does that mean? Who's the other side of that trade? All right, who's the other side of the trade? A passive seller. So if we've had, oh, I need that back. If we've had someone sell, let's just say 300 lots, 294, but 300 lots there, market orders, we also know that there was at least 300 lots selling passively. So maybe this guy who was absorbing was selling on the way up and then unloaded, sold it all there and was like, okay, I'm done with it now, which means next time it came down, he was no longer there bidding, and now we start to fail. And anyone who kept bidding in this area got stuck and we rotated. So that's very, very possibly why. Now, what are the levels I'll be looking at now? They're the same levels we talked about before. This shelf right here needs to stay heavy, right? You must see this shelf stay heavy to sit in this. This needs to stay heavy and sell. If they do not stay heavy here, or they stay heavy and reclaim that, or reclaim this, or even on this reclaim, you cut. You do not sit in this. I would not risk all the way back here. You'll be very upset to give another 50 points back. This is why you take profit on the way down. But you can see the weekly close came in important. But if they resell this, then you're still in. You're still in for a new position. They're trying to resell it currently. 5 minutes left. Vikash, welcome to the team. Alex, if I've been patient like you instead of taking a bunch of shitty trades, I'd be up very nice on the day. Hey, we'll just use it as a learning lesson, right? Right? We don't learn from doing things well as humans. We actually learn from making mistakes. So if that was your mistake, just cut out the randomness and remember that next time you come to the charts, and you'll improve as a trader. All you got to do is improve as a trader 1% each day. All right, so they're selling against that node. All right, so now I'd be very careful into here. If you just resold that, I'd be taking some profit now here. All right, and now holding runners. Look, sold into that node where everyone is stuck. They just sold into that node. I'd TP some here now, and now look for the breakdown on the runners. Why would I TP some now? Because we've just tried to set this. So there's a chance they will do this. I think it's unlikely, but there's a chance. So you pay yourself as a day trader in case they set that higher low. Does that make sense? So you're short here, and you pay yourself into here in case that they set that high low, which they're trying to do right now. Do you measure the volume of the session, or you don't include in pre-market? I don't use the pre-market. If we've had a big move pre-market, or if there's been some data point pre-market, then I will look at the overnight levels. So that I will draw out volume profile for the overnight levels. But normally I'm not too fussed about it because it's so thin, it doesn't matter too much. What I'm more fussed on is the New York session the day before. All right. So if you get through here now, then you look for a breakdown of low of day, right? What's the next target for SPY? Well, if you break down underneath your 82s, you could target 680s today. If they're going to have to let go of it, because it's a big move for SPY if it does that. But I'd be covering some into low of day, IB low 82.50. And if you let go of 82s, you can think about 680 on the day on the SPY. Oh man, I don't know how I found you. Thank you. You're welcome. New trader here, I'm assuming. You're welcome. FCD, can you do fast check on BTC? Still trading and learning. Yep, I'll do it for you. All right, so they're absorbing the midpoint right now of the potential swing. All right, so we talk about, maybe you're the first time asking me, I don't know. So I won't stay here for too long because lots of guys are trading this. There's your 1,000+ day bull rally. Here's the projected move. Average pullback is into here. I know it's scary. It's average pullback. You're 50% of the way. Average pullback takes this amount of time. All right. So if I'm going to be a swing long, I would love it down into here. I've got a little piece on here in case we rebalance, but I would love it down into here. Why am I saying that? That's not random. That's based on market cycles that we do. All right. 1,000+ days up, pullback 70 to 80%. 1,000+ days up, pullback 70 to 80%. It's just based on what we do. Yes, do we have liquidity? Yes, they can find a bid here. All those things, we can draw this out from that swing low. All right, you're into a big node here. But if you lose this node, all right, if you lose this node, if we start losing that low that you put in at 60,000, you are likely to drift all the way down into 43,000. I would start considering a bid there, but more so where the volume comes in 30,000, right? So where's the best swing long? I know loads of people are loading up here, but if we get panic in the market, if we go risk off in this market in general, not just BTC in general, then this And this is possible. I know it's scary, but it's very, very possible. That's what I would potentially be looking at on BTC. Okay, so they're still trying to build this high low here. Shorts are still okay. You should have covered some into this in case, like we talked about. Can I ask a question about Lucid? Yeah. What does it mean by the money left in your consistency box on Lucid dashboard? Is that the, what do you mean consistency box? It might be the money that you need to make up for the consistency. Maybe you've had an outlier day or something. Fourth green day on Lucid, flex up 5k on all of my 550k accounts past evals on 20 50k Apex accounts. You are awesome. Thank you. You're welcome, man. What time frame do I trade on? I mean, I execute on the one, but my analysis does not come from the 1 minute. You could execute on a tick chart, but you know, my analysis comes from daily and hourly more than anything else. And then I'm looking at 5 and 15 minutes and I execute lower time frame just so I can get a tight stop for day trading. Where is the 20-hour plus course? Flowzonetrader.com. All right, the link's pinned to the top of chat as well. You can have a look there. How much am I able to take in payouts a month? Normally 5 figures a month on average. It's been that way for a while. I have sized down. It's a slow start for me this year for personal reasons, nothing to do with trading. I'm just having to be very careful with my emotional capital right now, which means I've made the choice to probably have slower months trading at the moment in terms of size. Why? Because I have some very heavy bad stuff going off the screens. And what I don't need right now is me making a poor emotional decision because of something that happens off the screens, impacting my ability to trade on the screens, and then that consequently impacting me more off the screens and getting into a vicious circle. So what I don't want to go right now is on a doom roll because of emotional damage off the screen. So I will probably have a slower start to the year this year, but it's okay. I'm all right with that. Okay, so you're breaking down nice now. And we just want to take out these pivot lows, and then you're going to come into this blue box and you can tap the IB low. And you know, there is a very strong possibility we can do this move. Like I would honestly, as long as you're comfortable and you've paid yourself, you can pay yourself into IB low, you can pay yourself 200 points into previous day low, 700. And then we can look, if they're going to be wild today and let go of this blue box, we can look down here. Okay, we can look down here, probably to this node here. It's probably going to be. This is possible. You might get 280 points out of this if they let go of this blue box. This will be the tell, all right? They will need to do this for that to happen. They can still protect that. New here, love your vibe. Thank you. You're welcome. You have a long at 8:42. I mean, hopefully you've already cut that. I mean, yeah, stop loss is always based on high and lows, or for me, what I did here is I based it based on the volume. All right, so I shorted here, risking this, and got stopped out to the tick. Right, so I'm short here, hoping that they don't get through. All right, so like here, if you were short on this retest of this, all right, technically speaking, you'd have to risk there, which you don't want to do. So you'd have to be short there and maybe risk VWAP or something. You look good here, folks. You look really good. You just need a new lower day. Alex, thank you. A new female futures trader here. Welcome, Vicky. Brother, I just found your channel. Really great, man. Nice to have you. Alex, trade analysis is like a drug. Addictively good. So good. Yeah. You have to buy one at a time, not cut up multiple. Just buy one, then buy another. Oh, sorry, he's wanting someone else. I've got to give you props. I've been trading for about 5 years, and I've recently been looking into Volume Pro and order flow. And your commentary on the live has been extremely helpful. That's good to know, mate. I'm glad it's helping you. Did I take any trades? Yeah, Pope. I took 4 trades. I think 3 of them were winners, but break even on the runners, and one was a winner. And I added heavy on it, and I actually licked a bit off the top of my profits today by adding heavy and getting stopped out. Stopped out. Stop was here at 920. It hit 920.75, 3 ticks, and then did it. So I was short on the breakdown. So I was short. Basically, I was short, covered some, added heavy on this retest, looking for this move, and got stopped out. And now we're gone. And I knew it was going to work. The moment we did this, I knew it was going to work, and I'm out of bullets. Sticking to my rules. But you guys are all in it, and that's all that matters. How do you get the NinjaTrader chart I pull up? I can send you a link. Hang on. Find you a link. It's paid, so you know. It's a paid subscription. It's not mine. It's not mine. I wish it was. I've been trying to work on something even better, but it's taking a long time. There you go. That's how you get it. Can I explain how to spot large orders on Bookmap? Well, the large resting orders, large resting orders will be these levels here. All right. So we've got 34. The darker the horizontal color, the larger that resting order. What do I mean by resting order? I mean a limit order. The bigger the bubble, the bigger the market order, the aggressive order. So if we go into the high of day, you can see up here, 379 lot, because he's a big bubble. What do we have around him? Resting orders. So we had an aggressive buyer and passive sellers absorbing the tape, forcing him lower. We had a bigger bubble here, another 118 lot. Did we move higher? No, we didn't. We had a big bubble here, 205 lot. So we know once we break down under this area where they've tried to absorb, we're going to wash hard, which is why I said to you when we're in here, we're going to keep going down. I could see it on the tape. Why didn't I trade it? It's just rules, guys. I was out of bullets. It's not because I don't think it can go lower. Quite the opposite. Right, so that's how you see them. Size of the bubble, color and size of these. You're into lunch. Oh, I didn't even see that. Into lunch, folks. We are into lunch. I'll go through these last few questions and I'm going to get out of here. Thoughts on avoiding the first 30 minutes of the market open? I mean, if you're a new trader, it's probably a good idea. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. At least the first 15 minutes if you're a newer trader. Thank you for the stream, Alex. Been coming every day for 5 months. You are like the news channel I used to play in the background. You trade very similar to the way I do, so I'm grateful for you. Thank you for the kind words, Danny. Bro, I was the big buyer at the high of day. Mate, why are you on here if you're that big buyer? I mean, do you understand? Like 300 lots of NQ. I don't even know how many millions or tens of millions of that, of contracts that is. Are you still short? I'd be somewhat careful if they start to reclaim this. They might lift it back up to here again. Like I don't like it as much now. Like they should have broken down here. They should have really broken down here. Technically, you're still risking this. They might need to do one of these and build out the liquidity to move back down. So technically, the short is still valid, but you'll reclaim it. You do not really want to reclaim this and this. All right, value area low and this. You'd really want 41s to stay heavy. You definitely need this node here, 75s to stay heavy. Technically, you're okay. All right, they might do one of these. But you're into lunch. Just manage your position into lunch. It's going to get thinner. Yeah, someone said, am I answering this chat? I am. There's just a lot of questions for me to get through. There's so many questions. Give me a second, guys. Grateful brother, hang in their prayers. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. How would you trade if you could only trade from your phone during the day? I would only swing trade. If I was trading on my phone, I would only be putting swing positions on because you cannot manage it correctly on your phone. It's too much. Can I show how you could partially close a position on NinjaTrader? You would use your ATM strategy on NinjaTrader. So create an ATM strategy or very simple. Let's say you sold 5 contracts there. You'd put a limit buy here, a limit buy here, a limit buy here, a limit buy here, a limit buy here. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how you would do it. That's how you would sell it. And you would move your stop down to protect it each time. Right? If you use an ATM strategy, you can have it automatically do that for you. I won't be doing a video on City Footprint. for a while. Sorry, there's a lot to go through there. There's a lot of settings, I know. If you're in Discord, if you're in the Discord, just go to the channel on it. There's a like screenshot with all the settings that they advise to use from our team. The guy from there, loved the live stream. Thanks, mate. Grateful for the hang. Appreciate it. Love you guys too. Thanks, man. I love this random channel. Yeah, you look good. You still look good. Hopefully they break down. Ideally now, you don't want it to come over 40, right? This node here, ideally you don't want it to come over 40. You just want the wash. You just want the wash. Let me just check these levels. You're on the 5-day on QQQ. It's worth noting. You are right on the 5-day on QQQ. What's the volume map I use with the big buyers or sellers? The one above me, Bookmap. Is that what you mean? Bookmap. Yeah, I'm live here every day, Monday to Friday, 9:15 Eastern time. What footprint do I use? I use City, but you can use TradingView. Right, if you don't have it, you can use TradingView. You'll need a premium account, but you can use TradingView. So you can see currently at the lows, we have some sellers got caught at those lows. You can use exactly the same thing. There will be buyers at the highs, right? These buyers got caught at the high of day right up here, like we talked about. And then you see how we shift from buy side to sell side, buy side to sell side. On Delta, squeeze up, buyers recaught, resell, resell, resell. Same story over and over and over again. But you can use this. There is a free video on my YouTube if you want to know how to set it up and use it. Alex, when you're in a position like for the people that are in now, when would you consider indicators that you should exit the trade or it will reverse? I'd be watching the delta. I'd be very conscious of this at the moment. If you keep holding that, depends where you're in from. If you're in from here and you've added here and your position's here and you've taken some money, you can afford to risk this high, right? But if you're in from here, I'd be very conscious of this node here. If they keep holding it, they're going to come back up. But if we keep rejecting this node, this is going to be your lower high to come down. But you must, absolutely must see a break of these lows soon. You must, because at the moment what we've seen is sellers failing to make a new low, which can be the reversal. Sellers failing to make a new low. So if they're going to do a 2-leg and do it, it's okay. If they're going to do a 2-leg and need to do this to do it, you're going to get stopped out. And then, so this is why I said I would pay myself on this next attempt into here. And then hopefully you are going to get this down. But I would be watching value right now, watching blue line, New York Open, watching red line, current week point of control. This is a big, big, big level in here. All right. This is going to dictate what happens. But you are positioned. You should be positioned here or here. So you're positioned well right now. What you don't want to be doing is adding in here. That is not an add situation. And you need to see this happen sooner rather than later. Alex, normally I trade SPY options, but I wanted to ask you your thoughts for trading order flow on individual stocks. How does it vary with ETFs, or does it not vary at all? Good question. It does vary. The good thing with order flow on the futures market is it's a centralized exchange. So there's only one exchange. So we're only looking at CME for this. If you're looking at metals, you're only looking at COMEX, which means all the orders are in one place. If you're trading like a normal stock, right, as you know, I'm sure if you look at the level 2, you'll have all the different ways of getting in. So like the New York Stock Exchange, Nasdaq, blah, 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 all these different ones. It's not centralized. So it's much easier for them to hide orders. Yeah, it's not as clean. It's still very, very useful. I've always used Bookmap even for small caps, but it's much easier for them to hide orders because it's not centralized. That's the only big difference, I would say. What does out bullets mean? It means I just had too many goes at it. I already had four attempts at exactly the same trade. Why do you use TradingView Ninja Bookmap instead of ATAS? Do you know this software? I do. I think you would love it. Yeah. I mean, they've asked me to move to it numerous times, but I use NinjaTrader. That's it. I execute on NinjaTrader. I'm not moving off it. I'm a stubborn man. I'm happy with where I am. There you go. Hopefully you get that move soon, guys. Alex, do you use order flow volume profile on NinjaTrader? I do. I can show you. I have it set to my 15-minute, so it's here. Yeah. Oh yeah, multiple targets in ATM. Yeah, it's the best thing about it, right? It's the best thing about using an ATM. Multiple targets, really good. You can put a automatic trailing stop on there. It's super powerful. The ATM. Get used to using it. It will make your life easier. Define this market in one word: rotational. Is joining your Discord free, or is it for paid members? It's not free, but there's no annual, like there's no like monthly fee. It's a one-time fee for people that do the beginner to advanced course. So the reason for that is so that everyone trades the same way. Because I'm not always in there. We have some fantastic traders in there. They all understand the markets in the same way, which means they can help support each other. It means we're cultivating a very good experience and environment. If you just do a paid Discord where people trade different ways, it will never work. You'll just piss people off. I've been in those before. It doesn't work. Alessia, looking forward to working with you then. That would be good. I use Top Step, newer trader. How can I incorporate Bookmap the cheapest way? I don't think there's a cheap way for Bookmap, mate. There's only one Bookmap, and that's to pay them. There might be different options for like order flow for trade for Top Step. I don't know. I don't trade with them. I'm not sure what they offer you. Okay, I'd be out of this. Like I said, they've held this node now, so they're going to come and revisit 70s. And if they get over 70s, they're going to re-squeeze all the way to 26s. So they've reclaimed value. So you've got this D shape. So we're not finding acceptance under here. They should have come down to here. They didn't. They failed to make a new low. They've reclaimed this. They're coming and visit this. This might be the second wave. At the moment, it becomes more and more of a leave alone because they're looking like they're going to revisit this. It might give an opportunity for one more short in here, but I wouldn't do it now. Now that we've failed to break lower, I wouldn't be interested in it. Are my GEX levels in the Discord? Yeah, post them the beginning of each day. What computer do I use? It's a custom one. I built it. What is the indicator on your footprint chart on TradingView? What do you mean? These are my flow zones. This is just footprint, delta footprint. There's a free video on my YouTube. Shows you how to set it up. Volume order flow volume profile 9:30 to 4 o'clock. Sean is what I set. Is it risky to trade on a 1 or 5 minute time frame? No. Alex, can't be more grateful for your expertise and analysis. You're the man. You are the only trader I have come across to explain and own his losses. You stick to your level so well. It's just too many years of not doing it, right? Eventually you learn. Eventually you learn. Well, the buys and sells is Flowzone Pro. It's my system, right? It's my system. Works best in a trending market. Oh, I don't want to get rid of that. I do want to get rid of that. As a beginner, I wanted to learn ICT, but this looks better. Thoughts? Each to their own, mate. I'm not going to make a comment on that. Each to their own. Course is not currently available in Spanish. I'm sorry. I did have someone say that I should do that. I'll try and get it done at some point. No, there's no Discord with the order flow. Sorry. So I trade props, so I usually trade 2 micros, but if there are more than 2 high probability profit targets, where should I exit? Should I just take the first 2 or hold out? Well, if you take two micros, what are you saying? If there's more than 2, I see what you're saying. So like you're saying, if I got short here and there was this and this, but I wanted this. That's a good question. What you could do is take the first one and trail the second one and get as close to that last one as you could. You could do something like that. You could trail it. Do you or did you play video games? Yeah, I used to play a lot. I haven't played for about, well, it's got to be coming up a year now since I turned my console on. I used to play COD a lot. Is it worth having 4 screens? If you feel you need it. How much is a paid Discord? It's just a one-time fee for the course. So it's $6.99 for the course. With the course, you get Discord and this, or a version of this included, and the free lessons that we do in Discord as well. It's just a one-time fee. There's no like monthly fee or anything like that. Along the dip, I say what my targets are. You longed this dip? I mean, that's not bad. If you I wouldn't have longed the dip. I would have, you could argue you could have longed the reclaim of this. But I would have already TP'd out a decent amount here, and then you'll be looking to get to the other side, right? So I'd have been TP1, TP2, and if you're lucky, you get higher day, but like we can see, we can't find acceptance. So we're still in a big D shape, all right? D shape, the D shape is actually here. So no acceptance below, no acceptance above. We were looking to see from this trade here and here if we could find acceptance below. We haven't, so we're going to come up to point of control here and then this top side. Definitely don't want to be in new money long now. Do I have any educational video on how to read order flow and Bookmap? Yeah, there's a whole course on it on my website, my friend. Do I smoke weed? I do not. I take gummies though, but I don't smoke. Stogies only for me. I do normally like a choppy day trading, but beside OPEX, how can we expect a choppy day if we wait for the opening? Only then we can see an inside day. No, if we are open, if the market, if you come to the market and we're already an inside day, all right, if we're inside the previous day's range, then you already expect chop. Very simple as that. And then you can look at the demand, supply and demand areas where traders are stuck. If we're trading at the midpoint of that, we expect chop. Adam, I definitely was not. I wish I was that good. That's what I do. Take a regional target, then trail the runner. Too often runner ends up break even. Just have to let go of picking the bottom emotion. That's it. I don't trade ICT, but fair value gap is a real thing. I use it every day. I mean, it's not accurate. It's a thing, but it lacks accuracy. Yeah, it lacks accuracy because while there may have been a gap here that you see and a gap here that you see, the true gap were these. All right, these were the gaps. All right, these are the actual gaps based on facts, not based on guessing the whole area, based on facts. All right, so yes and no. Like I agree with it to an extent. It's a good way of understanding where liquidity needs to be filled, but it lacks accuracy. Don't be a dick for a tick merch. I didn't make it up though. I can't say I made that up. Using smaller contracts is what I've been trying to figure out. Since getting funded and using my own money, I've sized down. It makes it much harder to hit the multiple R's. I think it makes it much easier because if you're taking good trades, all right, you should get in that habit of holding for your full target. So, you know, if you had a couple micros on, holding for these levels here would have been easier, and then all the way down there. If you had minis on, you're probably going to cut it early because you're probably too nervous about it. You've got to like earn the right to trade up sizes, in my mind anyway. My first time here and enjoyed listening to you. Very good. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for joining. I'll stay here with, I can sit here and answer questions for a bit longer. I'm done for the day though. I've run out of bullets, like I said. Were you a DJ Storytime? Yeah, I think everyone knows that here was a DJ and music producer. Still am a music producer, but just for fun now. My biggest issues right now are being anticipatory and jumping the gun. So you anticipate trades, you jump in the gun, and then the emotion of not taking losses earlier. How do you get past that mental break? That's a great question, Cody. That's what all traders struggle with. So if you're jumping the gun, you're probably guessing tops, which in today's market would have helped you. But what you need to do, this is why volume's useful, all right? You need to wait. Yesterday's a really good example, all right? If you just guessed this and guessed this and guessed this and didn't lock in, you would have got caught. Now, the flow zones were up all day yesterday. Like, I was looking for a trap up here, all right? So I will tell you, I'm pretty sure yesterday I had to go at this one and cut, this one and cut, and then we waited. We said this would peak out up here once we came above here. Once you had this volume trapped, right, the easiest short on the backside, the best short of the day was this, which all the guys on Discord got. This right here. There's the clear out of the highs. Up here, we trapped a load of bulls. We fade away from it. We fail to get back inside this range. This becomes easy. You get momentum on your side, lower highs, volume trapped. That's the sell, all right? And it's the same for the longs. The easiest trades become when something fails to happen, all right? When they fail to make a new high, when they fail to hold a big block, when they fail to make a new low. Just see aggressive seller just step in here. Okay, so we just rejected point of control. So they lifted it. What's nasty at the moment is we're lifting further than you'd like, which is making this high. They lifted point of control. Buyers are now going to try and protect value, all right, and come back up. If they fail to protect value, then this would be the second leg like we talked about, and that would be the sell. With stops, your first stop is your best stop, all right? So like you would have seen, my stop went in. I didn't move it, all right? I didn't change it. I didn't give it room to come up, all right? It would have worked for me if I gave it room, but what if we came up and wrecked me, all right? We don't add to losers. We don't move our stops. Our stops go a place for a reason. If you had your stop there, it's there for a reason. If you've just hit this short, your stop is here now for a reason. You're covering some here for a reason. We're holding runners to here for a reason. There is nothing random, all right? It is all about structure in front of you. Does a lower time frame fair value gap make it more accurate? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It all depends where those orders came in, all right? It's all about where the orders come in. Do you understand what a fair value gap really is? Right? It's where we get a huge amount of, it's just where you get an engulfing bar, really, right? So if we say, remember when we were short here and I said you got to cover some into this pivot and they fill this and then they come here and they do this and they do this, right? Everyone's short stops is here. So once we run those, we get engulfing, all right? What that means is there were tons of market buying here because it stops there and people playing breakouts, which means no one got filled in here. Now, why does that happen? I'm going to show you what happens. If we think about the level 2 here, try and make you understand this. If we just think about this here, this exact area here, all right? If we have lots of market buying, right? What happens when you buy the market? You're buying the first available price on the offer. You're hitting the offer. Now, let's say we have 1,000 contracts on the offer, hit the offer, but here we only have 100 contracts, and here we have 100 contracts, and then we don't have another seller until here of 800 contracts, all right, then that 1,000 contracts fills all of those in one go, which means anyone who is waiting to get filled here, well, they're not going to get a chance to get filled there because we move away from it. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand how the book works? I drag this over. Shrink this down. All right, these are the buyers and sellers on the book, all right? At the moment, because we're in lunch, they're very small size. All right, we can see like we've got 2 lot, 3 lot, 4 lot, 5 lot, blah, 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 blah. If I come and slap 100 lots on right now, I'm going to fill all of these sellers in one go. My price is going to lift the market up all in one go because there's not enough sellers there. So I'm going to fill, if I hit 100 market orders, I'm going to hit every single offer price until I've been given 100 orders, which is why we get imbalances. That's how and why they work. But if you're using a gap, a fair value gap, you don't actually know where that imbalance is. What the fuck has just gone on here, Bookmap? Hopefully that makes sense. I used Logic. Yeah, no, I'm just enjoying hanging out over lunch. I will leave her in a bit. No, I'm not intending on taking anything now, guys. So, like I said, I've run out of bullets. Would the top of the opening range here be a decent short? You might have said that earlier. No, we've got to respect the volume, right? That area that you're in's interesting. We're just looking at this. This is all we're looking at today. All right. All the time we keep rejecting that, there's a chance of rotation, but we have to pay ourselves into the bottom of this. Under this, deeper move. Reclaim this, upside. Over this, push. Fail up here, back down. Fail this, back down. D shape, rotation, 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 rotation. Fail above, fail below. Rotation. Yeah? Fail above, fail below. Chop. That's all it is. Limited availability today. I limit in where possible. Always limit in where possible. What is OPEX? It's when you get all the options expiring. A lot of trading is just waiting around, trying it hard to not just jump at shitty setups because my setup isn't. That's it. That's the discipline, right? It's just waiting. If it's a gap in a candle bar, what does it mean? What do you mean a gap in a candle bar? Are you talking about what we just talked about, a fair value gap? An engulfing bar, or are you talking about there's a natural gap between candles? Let me to look at Tesla. I'll have a look at Tesla for you. There's the last swing high to swing low. Yeah, you're getting stuck at a point of control up here. It's a big level. And if Tesla can't get through 1450 to 1550, then it's probably going to rotate right back down to 11s, right? So you can see the volumes trapped here. So look, it's the same. See how it doesn't matter what you're trading? It's the same setup. This is where participants are trapped. All the time you keep coming up here, there's a chance for them to sell back down into this node here. All right, we've had no acceptance under that. You have a little bump down here. So buyers are now protecting down here, 404s. That was the pre-market. We reclaimed this node, 410s. We've pumped up to this point of control. If we fail point of control, we're going to come back down to 411s, right? If we get over this level here and base out, then you've got a shot to 420s. Right? You see how it's the same? It doesn't matter what you're looking at. It's the same. right? And as soon as I put that on, oh, look where they're failing. Oh, look where they found a bid. Oh, look where they found a bid. It's not magic, guys. It really isn't magic. It's just understanding how an auction actually works. So I'd be short versus sort of this node here, 1450 to 1550. You can take short versus there. You've missed it now. Short versus there, looking to cover into 1150 and 1050. And if they let go of that, there's a little node here at 10s. And if they let go of that, all the way back down to 405s. All right. If you get back above this node at 411s or whatever it is, you're looking for a pump to 420s. Right. That's it. Which platform do I execute on? Ninja. Can you get a SoundCloud? It's very old. Just look at Tough Love Music on SoundCloud. No, I haven't done it for a long time now, but my old business partner still does it. Do I use Wyckoff? Yep, sure. Normally I have 2 to 5 trades a day, but I slipped today and had 26 trades. Dude. Dude. You got to stop that. You got to walk away right now. Get off the screens. Don't even look at the chart anymore. Price gap between two bars. Oh, it's a gap in the chart. So it's probably an overnight. Means there's an overnight session. Unless you're looking at a small cap and you've had a halt and a gap up. It's where there's no price exists. No actions have taken place in that price. My first loaned off cheap TJR. I'm sorry. Combining his SMC and your order flow strategy. That's so strong. Oh man, I'm not going to say anything. How can I search your blue volume indicator? This right here. It's not an indicator, it's a tool. Left hand side, projection, anchored volume profile right here. I look so young and tough love. Well, I was. I'm 40 now. I was young. You heard there'd be stocks futures coming up soon. Yeah. It's so funny that influencers started talking about it like the last week. It got announced a year ago. Why is this not the biggest news? It got announced a year ago. It got announced fucking ages ago. I'm here for it. Give me high options moving stocks. Give me Nvidia and Tesla for futures. Oh, it would be fun. I couldn't give a shit about the slow moving ones, but give me the ones with big premiums. It'd be fun. Yeah, I'm 40. Do fibs help? Yeah, for sure. I mean, this was probably a 61, right? Of this pullback. It's probably worked out as 61 or something, golden zone. And even to the highs. Yeah, I mean, they work for sure. My bias is downside. It's just whether they're going to do it today or not, honestly. But you're right back to the edge of here. What's nasty is how far they're pushing and pulling. But this, you've now built this out. My bias remains that. It remains that. It's just whether they're willing to do it today. They might well save it for another day. Where should I start for someone who knows nothing about trading? Just start on my YouTube. There's literally a beginner course. In fact, we'd do the course giveaway because I haven't done one. There's a good place to start. Let's do a course giveaway. We do the very beginning, the introduction course, 2-hour-long course. All right, type course once in chat now, and we do a giveaway for that. I'm just going to use the bathroom while that happens, and then we'll do it. I'm going to put the kettle on. Okay. Let's pull this winner. Winner is Tommy Wooji. I say that right? Tommy Wooji. Are you here, Tommy Wooji? Let me know you're here. There you are. Nice, dude. Congrats. All right, I'm making a note of your name. Same as always, buddy. If you can just email me, please, info@flowzonetrader.com. And I will sort you out with an introductory course. It's only 2 hours long. It's a short course, but you do get a little bit of money off the main course when you're done with that. All right, so info@flowzonetrader.com. Send me a screenshot if you logged in. Oh, they're still protecting value. Jeez Louise. Maybe they save it for tomorrow. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's everything answered. Just what's my experience with discussing losses with spouse? Oh man, early on I really struggled to do that. I'll tell you, early on in my career, I really struggled to do that, and I'd be very bitter and angry, and she would be amazing, and I would just be like, you don't understand, and like all this shit, right? I'm very lucky. She's been very supportive. I have a rule now that if I say I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to talk about it. Right? So I don't like talking about trading too much. We'll discuss like charts. Like she's been with me long enough. Like she could tell you what a chart's doing, and she might not be able to read order flow, but she could tell you a head and shoulders or a flag or stuff like that. So we can have a joke and a talk about stuff. But man, look at this chart backwards and forwards between his nose. But yeah, I think it's healthy to discuss. It's hard for them to understand fully what it feels like, but it's healthy to discuss, or get a therapist or a mentor or someone that you can discuss it with, right? Someone that you can discuss it with, even if it's not your spouse or a friend or a trading buddy is really important. Get a trading buddy that you can share losses with and successes with and talk about potential setups with. Really helps. You want girlfriend advice? I've been with my wife 15 years and definitely not the guy to ask. What Bookmap subscription do I have? Global Plus is what I have. Does she know how much to make from trading? She absolutely does, yes. She's very successful herself anyway, but she does. We have shared accounts. Well, there we go. I agree with that. Guarantees she knows how you did when you walk into the room. Yeah. If I walk in like a Cheshire cat and say, hey, have we got any stogies left? Then she knows how the day went, right? But it's like one of those things, like if you're going to talk about your wins, you should probably talk about your losses as well. But, you mustn't get too affected about it. Where you should be disappointed with yourself is when you break rules, even if you win and break rules. Where you should not be disappointed with yourself is if you take good losses. Like you would have seen me today, I ate the losses. Like if you eat the losses, you will have a long career. It's traders that don't eat. Oh, you mother clucker! It's going to do it now, isn't it? Oh, god damn it. How have I run out of bullets for this shit? I can't believe it's done it up there. So there's the 2 leg where if you rewind, it went higher than I thought it would. And there's the right shoulder. And now we can think about that drift. And hopefully they do it for you guys who are in it. Remember our chat, I don't tell the missus either way now, and it helped me come off the charts as Adam. There you go, and stay as Adam at the start of the session. That is so important, man, the fine balance. It's like I listened to that interview with Bert Kreischer on Rogan last week, and he says, I don't look at comments for my new show, he was saying, because I don't want to read the bad comments. But he's like, so if I'm not willing to read the bad, I shouldn't read the good. I kind of agree with him. Can we write off fees for taxes? I'm not a tax expert, but yes, you should be able to. Too late to get in. I mean, technically, if it rejects 42, you're okay, but it's the worst shorting opportunity of the day. But if they waterfall this, you've got a shot. QQQ to 601 is possible. You're rejecting 84s on SPY now. It is possible. Up here, yeah, it was definitely a giveaway. The more of the thing was we rejected this grey box again. We rejected the grey box again, right? So they had to drift up, collect all the buyers, and now we've got all the buyers stuck here. It's very much like the other day. There's the right shoulder, and these are your targets. It's the same targets we had earlier. There's literally, quite literally, exactly the same targets as earlier. It's just that they're doing it in lunch, which is, it is dirty to do that in lunch, folks. I think it's dirty to do it in lunch, honestly. And they're leaving imbalances topside. So you would need to stay heavy versus 40s. I'm quite happy to hang out here for a bit. Like I said, I'm not trading. I'm done. So if they revisit 40 and stay heavy here, you've got a shot of lower. That's what I would look for. If they revisit 40 and stay heavy, you've got a shot of lower if you're not already in. And you want to watch that previous week close, which is basically low day into 800s, and then break under that. And you're looking for previous day open, 773, and then 762s, and then you can just keep washing and washing and washing and washing because they've trapped everyone all day long who are too impatient. So here comes the move to previous week close. So here's the TP1, and once you break this, you should see a snap. And once you break this, you should see a snap. Here we come. Oh, I'm so bitter. I am a bitter, bitter man today, which is another reason I now cannot trade. This is everything we wanted all day, right? Previous week close here, and now you'd be looking for this down into here. And I'll tell you, I'd be looking for 760s and 720s now. 760s and... What did I say? Once to let go of that. It's tough when you've run out of bullets, you know? It's tough when you've run out of bullets. When you know it's going to happen. When it snaps that, it's going to really snap it. Snap. All right, so there's your move into the blue box. And now I'll be looking for 760 and 720s. All right, 760s into here and 720s. And if you get lucky, you will get previous day low. Oh, my God. Oh, God. You got to laugh, right? Where's that guy from earlier saying, don't be here, he just trades random stuff? I just want, like, where's that guy? He's probably the same guy yesterday who was telling me that we need to be long at the top. All right, I'm going to make my coffee and come back. I'll hang out with you guys. We're hanging out for 10 minutes, and then I'm going to go to the gym. Oh, man. Man, what a bitter man I am. All right, so back to that blue box. Remember, this is the big. You must not get short in this blue box, okay? You must not get short in the blue box. The short was from up here, all right, for this breakdown of this level, which I said would probably come once they built this shoulder. Look, two-leg pullback. We talked about this. They went higher than we would like, but then they trapped here. They've washed. This is the area where buyers have stepped in for the last 3 or 4 weeks. Every time we've been down there, how we operate here is going to be key. Do they resell this or not is key, okay? Do they resell this or not is key. If they don't resell it, you do not want to be short anymore because it would be a look below and fail and back up. But if they resell this, then you can potentially add on and look for this move all the way down to 760 and 720. Can I show you where the blue box comes from? Yeah, it's from the higher time frame, beginning of the day, right? Right here. Right, developing week node. You can see this node here. Right, we have a gap and then this node right here. Can you see that? Right, and if we go back to the week before, we were still thick there. And if we go back to the week before, we were still thick here. All right, once we get under this blue box, we are thin. All right, we are thin, thin, thin. All right, so under this blue box, we are thin, and we might very well come down and repair some of these. Remember, we've got relative equal lows down here, lots of buyer swing stops down there, and under there, we will get liquidation event, which is what I would really, really, really like to see in Q1. It might take time to develop. Tops take time to develop, but we don't have to do it. It's just what I'm prepared for if it does do it. So nice rejection in front of that node. Still looks good to hold the short now. You still look good to hold that short. They are getting very, very aggressive on this tape right now. Oh my days, look at the aggression. So blue box, and can you get this wash back down? I'm going to watch the order flow for you now so I can try and help. And you'd be looking for 760s, remember. 760s, 720s, those are the kind of levels. Here you go, folks. So 75s, can you get the 60s? Very close to the 60s for you guys. Move Bookmap down a bit. They're bidding 50s. I think you're going to get it. Here comes the 50s and 60s next. So 60s, 50s, 720s. So you want to be paying yourself on the way. And if you get very lucky, you're going to get 700 today. Remember, this was the trade we were looking for here. This is the same trade that we were looking for here. You might very well get down here if you get lucky, but definitely into this. Alex, thank you, bro. I'm at 1,200. Nice, 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 nice. Personally, I think we have a pullback to 21,500 coming month or so. 21.5. Whoa. Let's have a look. I don't think we're going to go there. Not in a month. You're asking a lot in a month. 21.5. No. I would don't get me wrong. I would love to see it there. I want you to understand. I would love to see that happen. I don't think we're going to get that in a month. I'll tell you why. Move you over here. All right. Every measured move right now and the volume profile, I think here is where we're coming. This is where we're thick, right? So 22.5. And if we measure out, if this was the pullback, right, measured move is to 22. 161's 22.8. Somewhere in here. And if we do the whole range to the high, right, same kind of range. I think we're coming in here. What did you say? 21.5. I mean, it's not bad. I just think we're getting to low volume. I think we find a bid around here. Right, if we get the flush, right, if we get the flush and repair this thin volume, I think we get a bid around here. Like I said, I would love you to be right. I would love you to be right. I don't want you to think I don't want that to happen. I would bloody love it if that happened. All right, I would absolutely love it if that happened. What was that? What was the order flow justification trading the head and shoulders, reverse head and shoulders? Well, this is a two-leg pullback. All right, we've left, think about this again. We've left buyers trapped. We wash down, pull back, fail. They decide they need a second leg. All right, buyers chasing here. We still fail point of control. We fail back down to that level. We build out more liquidity here. We fail this level here, which is why I said once we snap that, it'd be night-night. There's the snap. So this is the area that buyers want to hold, higher time frame buyers. They want to hold this area. We came very, very close to the 760, 720. This is where they actually want to hold and bid. If they lose that bid, we will get aggressive. All right, if we lose this, we will probably get aggressive. It's more like it's not so much. It's more understanding that we often do a two leg and fail. If we talked about this like just maybe yesterday or the day before, all right, when we're looking for a build out of liquidity, when I argue with people about what is happening, and they say no, we're going up, I'm like, no, it's building a two leg for failure. All right, let's maybe the day before here, right, for a retest of the low. Same thing. All right, so we built out liquidity here. Remember this day we were short here, we were short here, 1 2 into this level, retest the low, sweep, finished with it, and then price back up. Right, but we often see that, right, and they must get breakdowns there, otherwise we price back up. Right, if we fail to break there as a short, that's the rebid. Still look good. You guys still look good. Still look very, very good. Do I fancy England to beat Ireland on Saturday? I do. I do fancy it. I don't think Ireland are at their best. That's the only reason why. England need to bounce back after that awful Scottish performance. I think it's a better side pick. I still don't like the 10, 12, 13 access. I have not been comfortable with it for years now. The only time I've been comfortable with it was when they played Ajomo and Lawrence. That is the access. Ajomo Lawrence. Like, come on. Come on. We are heading into recession. Okay, K-Trades, do you want my call on that? Do you want to know what I think? We've been in a recession the whole time. I've said it for a long time. We are in a recession, right? They are lying and yeah. They're lying and lying and lying and lying to you. They're cooking books nonstop. We've been in a recession. It's markets, and we're not in a good place, right? We're really not in a good place. Okay, here we go. So 60s. There's your 760s. Thereabouts. There's your IB low. So it's TP1, and then you're looking 720s, and really I'd be looking for 700s at this point. Runners for 700s. Warren Buffett indicator says we are, and gold and silver went to all-time highs. I mean, yeah, Warren Buffett indicator, he's been cash for a long time. He's not stupid. He's not stupid. First week watching here. Do nodes explain earning type reactions, such as Kavana last night, which dropped 19% and then recovered overnight and is dipping back down again? Let me look at Kavana for you. I didn't even look at Kavana. Did it get whacked? I mean, I've been wanting to short this. This was a short swing call for me earlier in the year, all right, because we did that fail breakout. All right, there's the fail breakout above this high. I've been wanting to be short here. It's been in the I actually had a go at it and got knocked out. We are coming right back down to an area where we found a bid before, right? So even if we clean this up, let's go from these lows. All right, point of control here. This is a big level. If you start to lose this on Kavana, right, which you are starting to lose, all right, the next level is where you're at now, 319s. If you lose that, you're going to trade 304s, and if you lose that, we're going to attack down here, and that will be the stop run under here. Did they miss? Yeah, big wash. So they bid back up off that higher time frame node we just looked at. All right, so they ran these stops, came into the higher time frame node, and then bid. Right here, this edge, and then we get thin underneath. All right, so 60s tagged, there or thereabouts. Technically, you still look good, but you want to be careful here. 3 drives, you want to be careful. If you don't break down soon, you want to be very careful, because 1, 2, 3, you will get compression here. If they do that, they will let it back out. You need to see a rollover and soon. Otherwise, shorts will attack the lows like they always do in an area where we know high time frame buyers want to come and try and protect, and you might get a lift back up. So I would not be a new money short down here. That's for sure. You don't want to be a new short down here. Oh, no, Mohammed. We're not going to talk about it, mate. Would 840 still be a short zone? Yes, technically, yes. But just the problem is, right, here's the problem you have now. If we take this liquidity, did we take it on ES? We did. So we have divergence here where ES has taken it. If we pump back here, it means you've taken the low-hanging fruit. So it becomes less attractive for the short. So this, unfortunately, that's just the case. Doesn't mean it doesn't work, but it becomes less probability that that works if we've already taken this and we've already taken it on ES. At the moment, you still look okay. Like, well, you just want to see it flush down to here for you lot. Dorit, thanks for joining. Buffett sold Apple. He sold a lot of stuff, man. He's heavy, heavy cash. Alex, you sure you don't have a bullet dropped under the table? I know. But it's too late. It's fine. I don't use Elliott waves personally. But I do focus on measured moves and the first and second pullbacks. But I don't use Elliott waves personally. If you're thinking about like 9 counts and stuff like that, I don't. I know what they are, I just don't use them. Market can still go up as long as Fed injection works. The problem is, if you look historically, when we cut and all these things, it's too late, and there's never this smooth landing. And also, guys, you have to look at April lows, right? We're due a pullback. There's nothing wrong with a big pullback. We're due it. We're not going to give the whole move back. I know people are calling for this. A person is calling and has been calling forever and ever and ever for this huge dump and the huge head and shoulders. And we're going back to COVID. No, we're not going back to COVID lows. It's not going to fucking happen. All right? Like, people calling that on YouTube. I told you. No, what you told us hasn't worked ever. Stop it. And some of you know what I'm talking about. But it's just a pullback. We're due a big pullback. It's a rotation. We've talked about it a lot, right? It's a healthy rotation right now. How can you learn order flow? On my website, flowzonetrader.com. There's a course there. You can do that if you really want, or just look at some stuff on my YouTube. Nice, Joe. Nice work. Am I live trading every day? Yeah, I am. Not normally this long. I've done an extra hour today because I'm just enjoying just hanging out for a day. Can you get level 2 CME data from Lucid on NinjaTrader? I think you can. You might have to pay a little bit extra for it, but I think you can. You're from India and the stream's next level. Thanks, man. Passed 2 evals today, Ben. Thanks to the call-outs. Nice work, mate. Historically, after rate cuts, it's about 2 years at least, for the best of my knowledge. With that crazy stuff in the market, who knows? Yeah, the thing is, Cody, that I would say, the way we move now in the market is very different to everything we're looking off before. Things happen so much quicker now. We have so much more retail in the market than ever before. We move fast. And the other thing is, we have all these leverage products that didn't exist before. All right. If you look at COVID, straight after COVID, they went, oh, well, here's stimmy checks. And at the same time, here's 0 DTEs. Why do you think they did that? So they can just take money from the, careful what I say here, take money from us, give it to them, is the best way of saying it, is what they're trying to do. Right. So I think things move faster now because of all these things, all these extra leverage products. Blue funded a day, 1 day before payout. I'm very sorry to hear that. That's upsetting, but get back on the horse, go again. No big deal. Discord's just for people that do the beginner to advanced course. One-time fee. You get the course, you get the indicators, you get Discord. No monthly fee, but it's not free, no. No, I'm going to get out of here. I was supposed to get out of here 6 minutes ago. Yeah, I know. I was supposed to be out an hour ago, but I've just enjoyed reading all the questions, hanging out for a bit. It's a nice break from what's been my reality since Jan 2nd. I look like a scammer on my YouTube thumbnail, do I? What makes me look like a scammer? That's harsh. Could we reverse before low of day? I'd be watching ES. ES keeps rejecting initial balance. If ES starts reclaiming initial balance, possibly I'll be watching previous day low. You've got some divergences, right? So ES hasn't taken out previous day low. SPY has taken out previous day low. ES and SPY are both rejecting IB. We have a put wall on QQQ at 601 and 600, which is being protected right now. It's possible that they lift from here. Like I said, we've had 3 drives. What did we just talk about a minute ago? Why we wouldn't get short hit? 1, 2, 3. We're seeing some compression. If they don't get the breakdown soon after ES has done it, they will probably lift, right? Because shorts will keep trying to get this move at the low, whereas you guys knew that you should be short up here for that move, covering into that move, right? Very different. And there's the 3 drive and compression. So Foster Scott, I'm sure he's probably long off that, knowing what he's like. What time do I start? 9:15 every morning. 9:15 Eastern. Normally I'm done at 9 o'clock, so I'm done an hour ago. Where do I get my gammas from? From Tanuki Trade is what I use, but you find what works for you. I did a lot of research, but there's lots of stuff available. Lots and lots of different stuff available. You can look at Tide by Wales. Well, I can't think of them, what they're called. My head's gone. I'm so tired. My head's gone. Mentha Q. Yeah, Mentha Q is good. I almost went with Mentha Q. Thanks, Kay. Appreciate that, mate. That's what I have. I have it overlay here. I just don't put it on. It's too much on the same screen. I have it on the chart below. See how we came into these put walls? All right, guys. Time for me to go. That was a long stream today. Hopefully some of you guys got it. It was a chop fest. But look what happens. It's always the same story, right? It's always the same story. Once we build volume and enough of it gets trapped and we eventually leave, unfortunately, Alex had to go here, and eventually it did it after he's finished with it. But that's the story, all right? That's trading. We're not going to get every trade every day. I will position myself to get as many trades as I can within my setup. I cannot get all of them. Those who are willing to just take the time, learn, sit here, wait for the setups, you will get the trades. If you're coming here for signals and you want me to hit buy and sell straight away every day, it's not going to happen. That's not how the market works. The market doesn't care about you, me, or anyone else. All right, it really doesn't. It cares about liquidity. That's all it cares about. It's one big game. Who's patient enough? Who's trapped? That's the only game the market cares about. It's the only game it's ever cared about. It's the only game it ever will care about. All right. On that note, peace and love. Be kind to each other. I will be back tomorrow morning, 9:15. We're going to close this week out strong. And if you want to support the stream, if you're not a member, you can always use code FCT for your favorite prop firms. Or if you want to do one of the courses, all the links down below. But like I said, go through my YouTube first. There's tons of free stuff on my YouTube. Go through all that first. Make sure you like how I teach and trade. And if you do and you want to learn more, flowzonetrader.com. Peace and love, everyone. Use hard stops.